Good morning, everyone. You are all welcome to the second day of our HR Digital Transformation Conference. Today, we will be with my colleague, Henrique Duarte, who will be the moderator. And the conference, and now at 10 o'clock, will have the title, The New Dimensions of Digital Transformation. So I would like to welcome Marlene Dias, Margarida Calado, and Luis Mendes. So thank you for being here. Henrique, you can start.
Hello, good morning, but I think we are having some problems of connection with Lindo is here already. And thank you. And Luis Mendes.
Yes. You hear me?
Good morning. And Margarida Calado. Good morning. So,
morning.
Welcome to this panel, which will discuss a bit about HR transformation, digital transformation and HR. So this is our starting point. I'll present. So Arlindo works at IBM and is IT architect. So I have a perspective about possible outsourcer on this field. Luis Mendes, which works on Solvay, so chemical industry, a big group, chemical industry. It's an HR manager. Is a vast experience on the HR field. And finally, Margarida Calado, also head of people at Average, a consultant specialized on this area, and previously with experience on a big group known almost by all of us because we sit everywhere and eat everywhere where it touches, which is IKEA. So this is a very brief presentation. But nevertheless, I would like to give you your word of welcome and then give you some time to present yourselves. Myself, I'm here at Iscte in the HR department, and I have some interest on these aspects of transformation and artificial intelligence on HR. So welcome and welcome to all the audience that is following us, and thanks to Professor Iscte and all the staff of this conference. So I give the word, and so now maybe I start. This is not a gender bias, but by Margarida, because first I start to present Arlindo. So now I give the word to Margarida, and then we follow the way through. Thank you.
Sorry, what would you like me to start with? My presentation?
Present yourself, your experience, and only now a brief
sure.
how you have related with this HR digital transformation on the HR field. Now it's only a small presentation.
Sure. Okay, so I'm a clinical psychologist for academic studies. Then I had some executive masters on HR management and management. One of them at INBEG, Iscte Business School. But I always worked on HR. So I started on consultancy companies, more of a headhunting style of companies like Boyden and then Jason Associates. And then I started my customer path, as we say in consultancy, on the consultancy side. So I started at Microsoft in a role more connected with talent management, but it was really still connected with the talent acquisition dimension. And then I moved to IKEA, as you mentioned, where I was for 3.5 years, with so many roles and so many challenges on the digital transformation as well. And for a year now, I'm at Everis, a technology consultancy company, as head of people. So I have had the privilege of working on big multinational companies. And of course, this digital transformation was something that was already undergoing, and the majority of them. So it's not something that I kicked off, but it's something that I proudly continue with this continuous improvement and efficiency mindset of being able to be always with modern and flexible and ways of working. So this is me in a nutshell.
Thank you, Maria. So now I'd like to present, if it is possible, Luis. Can you share with us your experience?
Okay. First of all, good morning to all of you. So basically, I have a degree in business administration. When I finished the degree, I decided to have different experience. So I started to work in the pharmaceutical company during 3 years. After 3 years, I decided to change. I moved for a Portuguese television, one channel of Portuguese television, work in the finance area. And after 3 years, I decided, okay, I need to have another experience, and I moved for HR, where today I will make, today no, but this month I will make 25 years of Solvay. So normally I say to my colleagues, I'm starting to be a dinosaur in the company, because nobody stayed 25 years in Solvay or any company. But yeah, it's my case. And when I look back, it seems it was yesterday. Always in the HR area, sometimes in training, sometimes in the hiring. And since last 10 years, 15 years in the HR management. First in the plant, we have a plant in Povo de Santaria. I was HR site in the plant. And after some years, I was invited to move to Lisbon, where I last 12 years as also as an HR site, but the shared service center. I was thinking, okay, it will be the same, no change, because okay, HR is HR. But I remember my first 3 weeks, first months, it was a nightmare, because it was completely different. Average age of the population today, I have average age of 28, 29 years in Lisbon. When I arrived, it was 24, 25. But in the plant, it was an average age of 53, 54, with the grandfather, the father, and the son working there. And I can tell you that I feel really the change, the digital change in the HR during these last 10, 12 years. So this is my experience. So.
Thank you. And now, Arlindo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks. So in my case, I think I'm the point for the technology. My base education, it's in business administration. I have a postgrad in IT, but for more than 20 years, 22 years now, I work at IBM. I'm actually nowadays the head of the cloud business unit at IBM Portugal. But besides that, and based on my education, I'm also teacher at Institute Polytechnic de Setúbal, where I teach technology to HR students. So on the Department of Economics and Management, but the part of the digital transformation and digital technologies for the HR and marketing students. So this is the kind of link that I have to add here, if I can.
Okay, thank you. So, as I said on the invitation, this is more like an informal talk and, well, share our experience. And for a start, I would like to continue with Arlindo and ask, what is your perspective as a possible outsourcer about the transformations that are having in terms of business, and specifically the ones that are related with HR. So the recent trends and what you think for the future. What are the aspects that will be key aspects on the HR transformation?
HR needs to adapt for sure to the HR roles. The traditional HR roles need to adapt based on the infusion of technology. If the organizations are not able to do that, they will increase for sure the churn, and they will increase the insatisfaction on the resources. And an organization depends on the human resources, and it will have a decrease of retention, because if you don't have processes that sustained on tools that allow your workforce to focus on the core business. The thing here is that take advantage of what humans can add to a business. Doesn't matter what kind of business it is, but focus on that. And to do that, it's crucial to understand what is the process and technology, because the organization, we have processes, we have tools, and we have people. But the processes and the tools need to be used to increase the productivity of the human resources. In simple things like the education of the workforce, okay, we have e-learning, but it's not just saying that we have e-learning. We have education online. You can do it whenever you want. You need to have additional process. This is on the HR part, it covers lots of aspects, but just as an example, the component of education. Why do I just have a catalog, and why don't I a catalog of this is the education that you have here, just do it? Instead of that, why don't I take advantage of existing technology? For instance, how do we see videos on YouTube? We have recommendations. We have all the data and the history of our previous searches. Why cannot we adapt that to human resources? This is just taking advantage of the technology. It's not saying that, okay, now in human resources, we need to be IT specialists. We need to understand what is AI. No, we just need to understand that it exists and how to take advantage in our internal process. Like e-learning, for instance, inside IBM, one of the things that I have when I go to the education portal, it's something like I have the recommendations, I have the path through the careers, I can choose other careers, see what is the education. And this is based on information that IBM already has, based on what? My previous searches, my previous curriculum, my role at that day, because if I change role, the recommendation will change based on my preferences, on my profile, on the strategy of the company, of course, but we want to have reskilling. When we talk about reskilling, it's not a reskilling that you now are going to move. It's a kind of taking advantage of data and using exactly the same technology that we use in our everyday life, just adapted to the human resources perspective and making not just the final clients happy, but our internal resources happy also with the same kind of, I'm saying, way of working that we use in our private life nowadays. This is...
It is a bias of me, or hearing you are telling that the transformation is more linked with how we can explore more the human capital of the companies and the potential, or there are other areas? Because you seem quite focused on this area, which is reskilling, know more about persons, using more information about persons. But is this the main area that this transformation is taking place, or there are other areas on human resources that you think are also important?
No, this was just one example. Okay, this also depends on the kind of business where you are. Of course, I'm biased because I'm working at IBM. What is our biggest value? It's the intellectual capital. So it's the retention of the talents. It's innovating every day in the technology. In a company that works in the edge of the technology, of course, that's something that I'm doing today in a year. for sure there will be new technology and we need to constantly adapt. Okay, this is a biased example, of course, from IBM, and it's critical on all the businesses that work around technology and being on the edge of the trends, and where the human capital, it's the core resource. Okay, there are other businesses where this is not so critical. Well, even that I think that this is always critical, taking care of and having human capital with the right skills to promote the business, because in any business people make all the difference. And how to increase and take more advantage. Sometimes it's not just having the people to work more, it's just having the people to work ahead of the competitors. Based on what? On know-how, on the way that the people work, and this will diverge to several other areas and aspects also, but this regarding learning is just, and skills, it's just an example, one of the areas, of course.
Okay, thank you. Well, now I challenge Luis, because it seems that human capital only exists on companies that work with services, but not on industry. But I think it's not. Can you tell me what is your perspective on this? Let's say how the digital transformation can support the business, and specifically because you have a strong relation with the industry sector and you are in a big group. So it's not only looking to services, and Arlindo have tackled very well the importance of human capital and the competitive advantage. But now thinking on more heavy sectors of industry like yours, what is your perspective? Arlindo, Luis, you are without.
Yes, I'm in mood. So it's one of the issues that we have in our meetings nowadays. But I think that the balance is always the hardest to find in this area, the digital. In terms of example, I think our company, Solvay, we have more than 185 years of life, and we have 23,000 employees in the world, and we are in these 65 countries. And if somebody tell me some years ago that a shared service in Lisbon will go to do all financial area, all purchasing area, all HR also, not all, but a big part of HR from Lisbon to all company, I say it's not possible. But this change happened. And good for us, it's happened also in Lisbon and in Portugal. I think this digital transformation is key, and it's very, very important for all of us. But sometimes I am afraid, and when I hear Arlindo, that the people started to be closed in the box. Because nowadays, when I enter in the Facebook, Instagram, or any of this one, I only hear news that they are interested in me. I only see news that are interested in me because they already identify my profile. And basically, I started to receive information that I want to receive. And we have this discussion some days ago. And I'm afraid because of that the people started to be closed instead to open the mind to be closed only in the information that I want to receive. And I think it could be an issue also for the organizations. I think we need to work to develop with the people the critical spirit. The digital transformation don't stop. Also, the way we work after March of 2020, nothing will be the same. And this is an example, this convention. We are doing this convention this way. In the past, I was in the Iscte speaking with people in front of me. Of course, we need to adapt, but I think it's critical to develop the critical spirit in the people. It's a key that we cannot forget the people, because in the end, I think will still be the key of the transformation. Okay, of course, we need to use the tools. The tools are critical. For us, in our case, for our shared service, is fundamental, because with this whole transformation, it's possible from Lisbon to make the all finance administration of the group. The group in Brussels now can click in the button, and 5 days or 6 days after, it can have all results of the group in terms of financial area. In my office, not in my office, but now today in my home, I can click in the button and I have all that count immediately in front of me. One thing that also we have in Solvay, we have an internal LinkedIn where the people develop and put the profile, and it's very easy nowadays when we open a position. I can go to this internal LinkedIn and try to search inside of the company who has the right profile for this position. So I think it will be a win-win situation, but I think we need also to be careful with all this information that sometimes that we provide, that we close the people in the box, and we don't open windows for other areas.
Okay, if I understand what you are transmitting us is that people are more than algorithms.
Of course.
So we can't standardize thought. We can't not think only persons as predictable and as algorithms. And
it will be a very danger if you think in this way. If you think that people
taking this into account, I make another question. Do you think that the digital itself can also help on people becoming more critical about the digital?
Yes, no doubt.
And how?
Basically, what I think it's really to challenge the people, and also don't believe in always what we see. I think that the digital is something that are not going to stop. It's clear, but we need to also to learn how to work with the digital. I think we are also in the learning phase. I think I'm quite positive. I'm very positive for the future, and I believe it that in the future the way we work will be better than we work today. But of course, we are going to have some growing pains. And for me, what I think is, and it's in my opinion, of course, and my experience, I think we need also to challenge the people, because the digital can provide all information, all data, but we need also to learn how to read the data, how to read the information. And sometimes I don't take all figures as correct, because we need to understand what is behind of the figures. And that's for me sometimes the challenge we have here, that, okay, I look for the figures and I go. And I don't understand, I don't analyze the figures. I don't work in the why. And I think it will be critical and very important for us in terms of future. Look for the figures, it's really fundamental, but understand the why of the figures and manage this way.
Thank you. So now I go.
May I add something to complement what Luis said? That issue around being closed in the box. There is a book that I would recommend. For sure, you heard about it. It's The Filter Bubble from Eli Pariser. It's a book from 2010, so 11 years ago, and it's The Filter Bubble, the name of the book, and it's great around this subject. Yeah. And this is transversal to our society. This is not just the HR or business. And Well, it was just a compliment with some
No, it's true. I know the book and it's
biography.
true.
Yeah, the biography.
Well, I thought to give the word to Margarida, but I would like only to ask something again to Arlindo and specifically related with this, Arlindo. Luisa, we need to develop more this critical thought about the data. Well, but nowadays, algorithms are also programmed by artificial intelligence, which they have also, let's say, skills of thinking critically towards the data. I'd like that you share with us what you think will be the future of looking to HR data, but on this perspective of algorithms that are developed under the artificial intelligence.
Okay, so this is there is a lot of hype on the artificial intelligence, what it can do or not. All the algorithms and the algorithms, it's a kind of a receipt. Okay, algorithms, it's not a kind of strange, weird thing that is there. All the algorithms are written by humans, and when we say that, okay, but I can create an algorithm that helps on the training of the other algorithm. This is machine learning and more specifically getting into the fields of deep learning. And by the way, the principles of AI, they are from Mr. Turing in 1957, something like that. But at that time, there were no compute capacity to apply them. So what increased, it's not, now we created artificial intelligence. No, the principles are half a century ago that they were defined, and the ones that are used now. Now, the thing is the bias. And okay, this is the data. We have all data, but how even the developer or the people that is using and creating the algorithm, will it be right or not? Will we be biased or not? Can create any kind of disruption on what it should or not, and that it can pose us on the ethics field also. But that's why some tech companies like IBM, for instance, also developed what we call the bias tracking technologies. Okay, so we are developing algorithms, we are developing solutions based on models, AI. I don't like much to call them algorithms, that they are models, to create a pipeline where we have the data, it's ingested, and we create a model to extract the information that we need, and that information can promote an action or not. But we need always to understand why that decision was taken, and this is crucial. Now, most of the hype in the market, we are usually not, we are concerned about that. Well, what if the AI posts me a wrong decision? And this is self-driven cars. This is on all the areas where we apply this AI. But one of the things that is also being investigated and developed, because there are solutions right now on the market, including commercial solutions and the open source community, that is creating the bias tracking, I would call it. It's that decision, if I want to audit why it's taking those decisions, we can do it, and we can tune and fine tune those decisions, and we can, well, this is something that this is very important for a company that implements AI like IBM. That is one of our key strategic solutions. It's our, now IBM, it's no longer building computers and things like that. We are on the cloud and cognitive space. This is the strategy. And one of the core things is that we cannot sustain that one client in the finance area, for instance, where we have AI to detect fraud or to advise a client on a loan. This need to be tracked, and why those suggestions, why why, and how to fine tune, how to adapt. So this is not a black box with magic, with some weird people there that can be hacked. And yeah, it can be, but we need to take this very seriously in all the areas and have the talented people, the right people, not just with education. And this is very important, this is not for the IT engineers, for the developers. This is for the business areas, including HR people. HR people need to understand the technology. And this is a crucial skill, to understand the technology in order to adapt the technology for the goals that we have on HR. And here, many times we have a gap. Just to close, most of the data scientists that we have working, my colleagues at IBM, most of the data scientists are not engineers, are people from business administration, economics, and because they need to understand the business, they need to understand the area where they are going to work, because then the technical part of working with the programming language and understanding the technology, that you can learn after you're educated, but you need to have a core. And people working with the foundation on HR that that have strong knowledge on technology, they are priceless in the market.
Okay, thank you. And you have just arrived to the point that I want and to ask to Margarida. We have talked since now with the big issues of transformation on HR. And like Aline said, there's a gap between what we thought is important and what will be used by companies. And we are talking about adaptation and implementation. So, and I'd like to have your opinion about these aspects, how companies, and you can use your present experience or your past experience, but that will be more specific. What is the effort that companies make or need to make to implement these new solutions, these new ideas, these issues of machine learning, the dealing with big data, etc. How companies can adapt, and you can use examples. Maybe it is quite useful from your past experience.
Okay, thank you for the question. So it obviously depends on each company and the stage they are at, obviously. I would say there are some traits or some dimensions that will be kind of similar because they are connected with change management, and change management being digital transformation or not is change management, right? But talking a little bit more about the digital transformation and also my experience with it at the companies is that sometimes it's also about, it's obviously an investment. So it's thinking of it as an investment and not the cost or the efforts about it, but the investment about it. But also being able to leave the current status quo where you're, a bit like the mice in the wheel, and that you're just performing, delivering, and you don't have the time to think about and to invest in these new areas. So you really need to make that effort of either you have over budget, over headcount for an amount of time, or you have a special team also that is dedicated to this, because you need to leave the current status quo and really focus on the future to be able to do that task. And that sometimes it's hard to see if you're just too focused on your day-to-day work in the delivery, on your maybe sometimes not that much added value tasks. So you need to really leave this not that value-added tasks to go to the more value-added tasks. And that is done with the investment on this digital transformation. So you go with sometimes simple things or more simple things before these artificial intelligence or machine learning or other things. Sometimes you just go with some robotics to get some efficiency on some processes. You go with other things like digital signatures and stuff like that, that will start to leave you some, give you some spare time, so you can also focus on the transformation project, and you can also focus on that future that you want to build. So I would say looking at it as an investment is paramount. I would say also having the right people for it, because of course you need to have people that are not against change. I forgot the right expression, but against change. Curiosity, I would always say that curiosity is super important, because this is not something that, let's go for digital transformation, and you do this project and 1 year ahead, okay, we've done our digital, it never stops. Digital transformation is something that will always happen, because there's always ways to improve. There's always new technologies. Now we're talking about blockchain. Some time ago, it was more about artificial intelligence. Some time before that, it was about other things. It was more about robotics, maybe. So this is always, there's always margin to improve. So this curiosity, this mindset of continuous improvement, of this kind of scientific approach of trial and error, and that's also super important. And talking about the mindset, I would also say this ability of dealing with the trial and error mindset, because maybe not all of the things that we will implement will function just as we imagine in the moment that we implement them. So this is something that sometimes takes time. And I guess Arlindo and Luis were talking about that as well. That is, you always need to have the human aspect of dealing with this technology. And I always give this very simple example that sometimes you are working with your GPS on your car. And sometimes you know that, yeah, he's telling me to go that way, but so there's always this aspect of interpreting. So you see the patterns, you know, things that probably, you know, and Linda was talking about this. It's to understand what is behind this. So probably the GPS doesn't know that that road was blocked yesterday, and I know, right? So it's also about this when you're working on HR. So if you do understand how the technology works, you don't have to be an engineer, but if you understand, you can also try to anticipate what could be the dead ends to it as well. So you can really add value. And so it's really like augmented reality between us, the talents, the people, the humans, and the technology. So we support each other, right? They support me on some other tasks that I don't need to do, but I also support interacting and interpreting it. This is hard. So the two of us together really is a combo that adds value. So I would say that this is a bit of the dimensions that I would talk about: the embracing change, the curiosity, the investment, focusing on as an investment, because that's the I guess the kickstart to leave the current status quo and move for a more growth mindset and a continuous improvement mindset on the digital transformation.
If I understand, what you are saying to me is that, well, there's not much new about digital transformation. We have assisted to other kind of transformations.
Mm-hmm.
Or you say, no, there's a similarity between other changes, but we are in a new paradigm. So now change have other characteristics. What is your opinion, your personal opinion?
That's a good question. What I think is that it will always be like this from now on. So even if we do see some parallelisms with the past, I do think that it will always be like this from now on. So it's not like something that, okay, now on 2021, we are going through something very specific that will only happen every 100 years. No, I think it will always be on this type of movement from now on. So this type of transformation, this type of leaps that we are going on the way that we work and on the way that technology gets its combo with the humans on the way that we approach work. And when I say approach work, we also now know that it's not just about work. So everything that we decided to do, we invest on, interferes with all the spheres of ourselves. So of course, if you are more focused on added value tasks, you are probably more happy. So if you're more happy and you're more satisfied, you're more realized, self-fulfilled, I would say in English. So that also has impact on your self-esteem, on the way that you are as a person, so on the way that you manage your work-life balance because you have some support. So it's really how it impacts our lives as humans, and not just our work. But when we talk about HR, of course, it's through work. But I would say that it's really much bigger than that.
Thank you. Well, Luis, and not about what you think. Are we? And I give the same question that I told to Margarita. You say that we are assisting change, but it is the same kind of change, or we are in front of new forms of change, and you have quite an experience on this.
Well, I think change is a change, and the challenge of the change, they are different, but the impact on the people or in the person are the same. I can imagine when we have the Industrial Revolution, the change that the people suffer, and I think it was worse because they are not used to the change like we are today. When I look for my kids, they born with the change.
I would like to tell on your own experience and on Solvay. You have assisted 25 years. It's a huge temporal gap.
No, I know. I'm an old guy. I know.
So you have this. No, but you have this perspective.
Yes.
Of several kinds of change. The changing from paper to photocopies to faxes, to education. But now we are another thing. And I like that you tell me, looking from your own perspective as a HR manager and on a specific field, what you feel. Are we assisting change like we ever assisted, or this is different?
No, it's
your own perspective.
It's a very, very interesting question, and when I started to think on that, I feel really the age, and it was really very fast. And I remember when I arrived to Solvay in the plant 25 years ago, and we started to implement the computers in the plant. And I remember see people with the age on that time of my parents who never used computers, who don't know to use computers. And what I learned is the capacity of the people to adapt. It's unbelievable. I see people with on that time. Some of them don't know how to read in some cases, but learning how to use the computers. And if the person wants to learn, and if the company is prepared to teach, the people are prepared for the change because they don't want to lose the train. And this also this kind of sense. I see people in the plant using the computer as a pro, because after some months, or using every day and learn, and what was interesting, the people started to learn how to use it. It was amazing. See these people in the training, and of course with some difficulties, and you need to adapt the training. And it was one of my experience to adapt to the training to the people that we have in front of us. But after, it was very interesting because it was people who worked in the company more than 25, 30 years. To understand also the results of the figures from the computer, and they started to understand and add value to the engineers, to understand, hey, why we have these results or these figures, probably because of that. So they started to analyze the figures 25 years ago, and after we moved. I was really prehistoric. I was I remember our first meetings to decide it in the company who are going to have access to internet or not. It was amazing 25 years or 20 years ago. And with all this change, this transformation, what I really learned, and it's my really findings, is that the people are prepared for the change. Sometimes they are worried, but really prepared, and they if you explain, for me, what is really key also for the change, you need to explain the why. Because if you ask it to him, oh, let's go to change, why? Because I said so. They don't go. They don't buy it. We need to explain. We need to tell the people why we need to change and what is the next step.
Okay.
And sorry that I started now.
Now, following what you are saying, tell me now in a more, let's say, institutional aspects of HR, which areas of HR do you think will be more affected by this new digitalization and this kind of transformation? What areas in HR?
Well, if I remember what I don't know if you hear me well, because it seems they started to hear some noise in the building. Sorry. If I remember well, in terms of hiring, for instance, it's changed completely. I remember when I hired in the past people, I need to go to trust in the agencies of hiring, and nowadays I have internal people doing this very easy, because they put the house in the LinkedIn and the people apply, and we can follow. What I'm afraid in terms of HR, because we are changing a lot our way of working, what I'm afraid is the sense of belonging of something. Because I'm afraid also, one of the challenges that we have also in the digitalization, and I'm 100% in favor of digitalization, but I think one of the challenges that people started to be also working as a silo in the individual way. And I think we need to also, as HR, in this case, as HR manager, I need to work also in the work of the people to make part of something, to promote the sense of belonging. And this, for me, as HR, is one of the challenge that I have in my hands nowadays, because in terms of HR, I think the digitalization going to impact the digitalization, will impact the HR like it's going to impact the different areas. Again, we need to adapt and to adjust to the new reality. And it will bring also add value, no doubt. But for me, what I am afraid is a sense of belonging that I think we need to keep. We need to keep the spirit to have the meetings, to have the parties, to the HR part. We need to also work hard not to lose the focus on this area.
Okay, thank you. Well, and now I would like also to make the same question, but to Arlindo. Arlindo, what do you think will be the main areas of HR that could be changed, and what are the main challenges?
Okay, I will not answer directly. Sorry, I'm going around the thing, and just to give some context on what I'm going to say. So we are facing a cultural change. Okay, and there is an author that has 3 books that are amazing. To at least take an understanding and a critical view of what is happening in our society in the last years. It's Yuval Noah Harari with the Sapiens and the Homo Deus and the 21 lessons for the 21st century. So these three books from an historian, okay, help us to understand what happened. But now, looking to the past 10 years, I don't need to go beside that, and I have 22 years of IBM, a company with almost 500,000 people in the world, a global company, and there is a cultural change. And this cultural change was promoted also by things like Jim Detters is the founder of the Galvanizer, stated that today, 2 guys in Starbucks having a coffee have access to the same computing power and technology like Fortune 500 companies. And talking about Fortune 500, from the 500 companies that were on the Fortune 500 in 2010, 11 years ago, 52% no longer exist. It's not that they are no longer in the 500. No, they no longer exist, 52%. Why they were not able to adapt? Because we are not buying the same stuff, we are not consuming. No, they were not able to adapt. When I'm talking about cultural change, we cannot deal with the same approach in terms of HR with human capital as we dealt 22 years ago when I get into IBM. And getting back to the example of the learning. 20 years ago, accomplishing all the certifications required and things like that would give me awards, usually in money, and some kind of email from the boss saying you are great. Nowadays, generations, millennials and X generation, they will be very pleasant and happy if we use not new technology, principles like gamification. What do we have internally? Sometimes for me, I'm getting old, it's strange, but they love to get likes on our internal systems, recognition. What is the recognition? A gift card from a tool that we can to recognize a colleague. Is that something, it's not money, it's not, yeah, but these new resources feel comfortable with that. On the learning, what do we have when we have levels, like in a game? Okay, I achieve these hours, I achieve these certifications, 3 badges and 120 hours of learning, certified learning that we need to go there. And okay, I attended that learning. Okay, then I'm a champion learner. Then I'm a super learner. I'm a bronze, I'm a silver, I'm gold. And then we proudly use in the photo with that label saying I'm a champion. And this is the principle of gamification, getting into the human resources management. It's what taking advantage of technology. It's digitalization. No, it's just adapting globally. And this is not in Portugal. This is not in US. I've worked in Africa also for a few years for IBM, and the principle, it's the same globally. And the way that the technology adoption happens in society, we cannot be on the human resources looking forward without taking attention and adapting. I think this is more kind of adapting the way to the society where we live. How it will change? Well, for sure, the companies that are able to avoid repetitive, frustrating tasks and promote to the resources the capability to do what they really like to do and where they really are good doing that. And this is good for the society, but also for any business. And we talk about now we have internal LinkedIn. IBM also have that. If I decided that I don't want to do more I don't want to be in this role, I just need to. 20 years ago, we used to go to the employment section of Expresso, the newspaper, right? And send the curriculum. Nowadays, inside the company, we can use LinkedIn. If you are looking for a job, you go to LinkedIn and put there that you are looking for a new adventure or something like that. Internal, in a company like IBM, yes, we have our marketplace for jobs, and you can apply, you can use it like LinkedIn, and you put there your achievements, and then you see, okay, there is a vacation here. Okay, I want to apply to this one. And this is more or less everything automated and taking advantage of technology. It's not kind of big change. It's just taking advantage and using it where we need it. Okay. But there are several other areas. Okay, this is not just with education.
Thank you. For now, and we are approaching to the end of our very nice conversation. Let me tell you that if I could, I will extend our conversation an extra hour, but it's not possible. But still, I have a thing that I think is important, and I'd like to have your reflection, your thoughts about this. Because you have all talked about the systems, the need to adapt to the systems, the cultural frames, change management, but at the base, we have still people. But people with different competencies. And the HR digitalization puts a pressure on new competencies and new patterns of specialization. And I liked a phenomenon that we assist that is more the polarization of the employment work. Let's say people less skilled are left to all small or some kind of jobs, and more skilled persons to other jobs, which says that someone can be out of the equation. And we are talking here about possible unemployment. What do you think? Do this digital transformation brings much unemployment attached to it, or we can assist to a new way of dealing with persons? And now, because we know that, and here it's our business, universities, we are giving specialization, but what you think will be first? And my question is, first, do we'll have much more unemployment that we have due to this transformation? This is the first question. And second, what could be the roles of companies? And now I give the word to the person that wants to talk first on this.
I can take it. Just to I'm going to just to paraphrase Yuval Noah Harari. So this subject concerns me personally. Okay, this is a huge concern for our society, because 10,000 years ago there was a agricultural revolution, and we created a new class, agriculture and all the around. So agriculture and warriors. This was possible because of the agricultural revolution, because up to there we were hunter-gatherers. So then we got to industrial revolution. Proletarians appeared, a new class that didn't exist with several revolutions and so in our society. The threat that we have now, it's that, and I'm just saying what Yuval Noah Harari says, we are in the threat of creating the useless class. Okay. And this is a big threat, and no one seems to care. Our politicians and our society seems to not care about this. But this is something that Yuval says in his books, especially in Homo Deus, and I agree with him. And honestly, sometimes I'm scared and how to deal with that. I don't have an answer. Okay.
Okay. And someone, Margarida or Luis?
I can go next. Not sure if anyone has the answer to that, but I can tell you from my experience, what I have seen so far is that it hasn't come down to unemployment, the digital transformation, not at all. Not in any experience that I had. For more digital transformation that we've done at the companies, there is always room for people. And I can explain a bit how and why. One of the reasons is, when we think about the digital transformation in HR, we are thinking about how we can do better for our business, for our employees, for our HR teams that have more value-added tasks, and even for our society or the environment, the market that we operate in. So it's always about being better at what we do. And as I said before, this digital transformation is not something that, it's not a project that you start and you end. This is a never-going task, let's say, or a never-going mindset. So what I have seen is that digital transformation, on one hand, brings more work-life balance or more added value tasks, more self-fulfillment for the employees that work within HR, but it hasn't made HR teams decreased. So why do I say this? Because the people that were already in HR teams had different tasks, so more added value tasks, and they always have new projects to focus on. So it's a bit like I said at the beginning. It's always about the opportunity cost, right? If you were doing something that now technology can do for you, you can also focus on the future and other things that maybe technology in the future will do for you. But this is like a loop that will never end. So there will always be room for people, and I haven't seen that drilling down to the downsizing of the teams. Not sure if someday it will. I don't think so. I think we will always be in this loop of let's always think how technology can take part of the job and let's focus on the rest. And it's a bit like this. So I have seen downsizing. So I have seen people teams decreasing, but it was not about digital transformation. It was about a mix of transformations, sometimes centralization, sometimes outsourcing, other types of things, but not because of digitalization. I would never associate digitalization with unemployment.
I agree with Margarita. It's related by experience. Of course, we are suppress some jobs. We are starting now to use robotics, and are going to help us to reduce some kind of jobs without big add value, repetitive jobs. But also we can use the people in the other jobs. So what for me is critical, and it's not only for the companies, is also with our schools. And that's for me a key point. One of the things that I'm very happy is when I look for the universities. And I think the universities already started to do this change. But the other, the primary school, the others don't change yet. When I look for my son with 16 years, and I saw the in terms of the school, is more or less the same that I have in my time. I don't see a big change. For me, the big change now exists in the university, and will help also in this adaptation. I don't see yet in the previous school, and that for me it will be a challenge for the future. And I don't look for the digitalization as a bad thing, something okay we are going to create an employment on the companies. No, what's going to happen that we are going to change the way of working, and will change also our job and bring more added value in a lot of cases.
Okay, thank you. As I said, this was my last question. Now I have here some questions from the public. And it's interesting because one complements directly what they've asked. I was focused more on the competencies and on the specialization that have persons. But here someone have asked that about motivation. So what thing is about other thing is about motivation. What do you think in terms of generations? Do we have differences? And I can start by Luis.
It's difficult to answer because it's for me what is key is the people. Because I'm still motivated. My friends still call me a geek because I really like to learn everything and to use the new tools. But I have friends with my age they hate it. I think in terms of motivation, it's also our responsibility as HR people. To bring this motivation to the people. Again, I think it's key. Sometimes we are so focused in the digitalization and the new tools, and forget the people.
But I'm saying in terms of the different generations.
Yes, yeah.
The younger persons, and do you think that the effort to motivate is equal or different?
Yeah, of course, it's different when we have a young person who arrives in the company where everything is new, prepared to receive all the information. When you have people older, and come to ask me, Luis, again, another change, but why? It's required to me more effort to explain the why and why it's important to change. But that's why, for me, it's the topic, a critical topic that we need never forget is the people and how we communicate with the people and with the change. So, of course, the youngest, when they arrive in the company, it's very easy. They are there. They are 100% engaged with the company. With the oldest, sometimes we need to explain, but it's key also to keep the oldest because they have the know-how. So, and this balance, I think it was this balance always exists. And again, it's not because of digitalization, it's because it's our life. We need young people, no doubts, but we need also people with experience. And we need to keep these people motivated because some of them say, hey, be careful, because if you go in this way, it's like GPS. But yeah, in terms of motivation, of course, for youngest, it's easier for a company. But we need to work with the boss.
And Margarida, what do you think about generations? You'll need to make different efforts for the different generations, or what is your opinion?
I wouldn't split it by generations, actually. I think there's different people and different approaches to it. Because I know I also talked about the embracing change, but I'm not sure if I relate with the embracing change. Of course, humans are used to embracing change. We've changed so much. Every one of us, every single one of us has changed so much during our lives. And when I think about different generations, grandparents, my parents, embracing change and embracing digital is super normal. The GPS, the WhatsApp, all of those things, all generations are embracing that. So it's maybe more about people than generations itself. So when I think about the motivation, I think maybe the motivation can be more about how resilient maybe I am to this trial and error that sometimes the digital might require, because I won't adapt maybe instantly, and sometimes it takes more time. So I think it's really about what Louise mentioned before about the why. If people understand why and how will this help me, the why and the how, right? I think that helps to embrace, to be motivated to embrace a new digital tool or whatever. And also making it simple. And I guess everyone relates that from all generations. If you have a user-friendly tool, if you have something that it's easy to interact, and we all have that. You implement and you install or download a new app, you want it to be straightforward. So I think that's what everyone wants. So I think that's the way to cope with motivation. It's making it understandable, the why and the how, and making it simple to use.
Okay. So, and now a last question. And I will point to Arlindo, and it is, with all these changes in terms of ICTs and artificial intelligence, what is your opinion? How companies can prepare people for all these changes? And I would like that you be more specific. Tell me an advice, only one advice, but specific. If you are a consultant, say to the company, you are embracing change, I'll strongly advise to do this.
Listen to the people.
Mm-hmm.
This is the advice. Listen to the people that you have. I disagree a little bit with Margarida and Luis regarding that there is not much difference between generations. I believe that there are a little bit. Okay, we need to embrace that. But the HR function, it's more and more about listening and understanding and try to define the best solution for the ecosystem that I am living in my company, my business, in conjunction with the strategy of the company. So this is our goal. This is our resources that are the people that we have here with us. We need to understand listening, because everyone's opinion is valid. And when I say listening, of course, we can take advantage of the technology. It's not just let's sit and have a meeting, tell me what you have to say. No, it's listening also on what are the sentiments and tools like sentiment analysis to understand how the people behave, having ways to understand. So better than listening, understand your resources. If you understand what your resources, you can You can then take actions and decide and understand that it's a lack of motivation, this is a lack of education, this is just the market that is changing, this is a cultural issue, but you need to understand how. Well, you need to take your own strategy to do so, but I would advise take advantage of technology in order to help it's not for doing that for you, to help you on understanding the environment where you are. And the most hard part of the environment to understand, it's the people.
Okay, thank you. Now, Luis, I ask you again in a nutshell, but on your opinion, it is my advice to companies to prepare people for this change. My advice is, and we have already one advice, listen. Now, yours.
Yeah, no, I think that is very good advice to listen. And also know your people. Because if the company, you cannot change if your people are not prepared for the change. And I think it's very important for the company to understand their workers and to understand how I can make the change with the people that I have in my organization. And I only can do the change with them. I need to put them in my boat. I need to put them in the same mindset, because if they don't believe it in the change, they don't change.
Thank you. So we have already two advices. So Margarida, you have a more difficult task, because I asked you the same thing. With advice and the specific advice to prepare people for these changes. So we have listened, knowing, and you, what you advise.
I will build on what Arlindo and Luis said, and building on something I also mentioned before. That is, of course, we could do digital transformation for the sake of digital transformation, but there are so many pain points already in the organizations and within the teams these days. Let's focus on those transformations that add value and that dissolve those pain points. So I think it's really, because I say it builds on what Arlindo and Luis said, because of course it's about hearing our people and understanding our people and their needs. So let's focus on I think a way of implementing this digital transformation and making it happen with our people. It's to really make sure that we focus on the digital transformation that adds value to our business, to our people, to our employees, to the society or the environment that we are operating on. So let's focus on that instead of maybe sometimes some digital transformation that it's a very good show off, but it's not helping that much our needs, our pain points. And all organizations have pain points. So.
Okay, so thank you. And for me, I want to first say that was very reaching, our conversation. As I said, if I could, and if you could also, I will take more time and more questions, because I think this is so challenging, and this defines the future of human resources, as in terms of managers, but also in terms of policies, because they change a lot, the scope, the focus. But what was interesting, and in a nutshell, what from what I hear from you, it reminds me a very old concept that when I arrived to Iscte and do my management course, and I have the first classes on software, and people say there's always software and peopleware. And what you were saying is that peopleware are still in the center of the software issues. So digitalization will not occur if we don't know how to manage persons, if we don't know how to adapt, and if we understand, and that's why listening and knowing is so important. Understand people, and then, like Margarita said, focus the people on the added value that these technologies bring to them and bring to the companies, because we are talking on companies. That's our scope as HR managers. So my last word of thanks to all of you, Margarida, Arlindo, Luis. It was a pleasure. I'll give the word to Professor Aristides. I don't know if he wants to add something, but for me, that's my last word. Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you, Hall. Thank you, Henrique, for your moderation. It's always a pleasure to see you again, Luis and Margarida. I didn't see you for a while. And also, Arlindo, for your very interesting contribution. And right now, I invite you to stay tuned because at 11:30, we will start another panel. So stay tuned. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So good morning again. Let's start our second panel of the second day with the title, The Scientific Advances on the Improvement of Population's Life Quality. This panel will have the coordination of my colleague, Silvia Silva, pardon. And we'll be as speakers, Mariana Neto, who is a researcher at INSA, Joana Diniz Esteves, with HR business partner, Diagnostics Europe, Middle East and Africa at Siemens Healthineers, and also João Coceiro, Medical Affairs Manager at AstraZeneca. So Silvia, you can start. Thank you.
Hi, good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank for this kind invitation to be here moderating this session. I'm being able to follow this event, and it has been very interesting and very relevant for the issues that we have to deal with it at this moment. With all the digital challenges and all the changes that we face, especially due to the COVID. It's also my pleasure to moderate this session once we have here 3 different experiences and 3 different perspectives that for sure will be very interesting for all the participants that are following us at this session. So first of all, I would like to thank all my colleagues of the panel for being available and for participating here today. Okay, so going straight forward to the issues that bring us today. The first question I would like to ask you, for hearing your thoughts and your opinion, would be how, in your opinion, how did digital transformation impact on the healthcare since the COVID-19 pandemic started? If you agree, I will give the word first to Joana to share with us her perspective.
Thank you, Silvia, and thank you very much. You can hear me well, I hope. Just doing this check first. Thank you very much for giving me the word and for asking me for this participation. Just as a disclosure, I think it's really important that we discuss these questions, and more than for us to share our opinions is also to see the questions that the panel has, and we will, I hope, be able to answer to the questions that are coming. So regarding to the first question, how did digital transformation impacted the healthcare business since the COVID pandemic started? And I think as an overall comment and to start the discussion, we are still on the process of understanding all the impacts that healthcare had. And not just in healthcare, but also the impact that this brings into our personal lives. So it's just not healthcare that is impacted, it's also our personal lives that are impacted. I mean, to answer the question, and also with an immediate effect, once COVID started, we all know that many routine exams and all the monitoring of the chronic diseases were kind of delayed because the focus in the last 1.5 years was really to battle the COVID. And of course, this changed immediately the way how we lived the day-to-day in the healthcare sector. I mean, with these kind of investments and the focus on the COVID, so our clients, which are the private and public sector in terms of hospitals, had kind of a major expansion in the laboratory diagnostics business, which includes everything that is related with the COVID. So the antigen tests on COVID-19, also the rapid tests, and also the PCR. Of course, the healthcare business changed a bit to that focus currently by the reasons that we, of course, know. And I mean, when we speak about the transformation itself, I think we are speaking more and more about, for example, the telemonitoring. So we can avoid to have kind of people going into the hospitals unnecessarily. So this is something that started to have more impact since the COVID on healthcare, since the immediate need was there. For example, we kind of monitor some patients at the nursing homes, and these will for sure develop in the future. So instead of having the people going into the hospitals, so the telemonitoring started to have more impact here. And this is for sure a consequence of the technology that we are seeing. Also, another point, it was or is still the change from the on-site to the online. So, at Siemens Healthineers, we sell equipment to the hospitals, and this on-site to online, so where we do kind of a remote access to our equipments that are in the hospitals. So some repairs can be made remotely. Before, if we had our technicians exposure to the hospitals and also to this pandemic, since they went directly and in person to the hospitals, now it's possible to do this kind of support and kind of repairs in a remote way. And this also changed a bit in terms how do we operate in the healthcare sector. Then another very, I think, relevant point is everyone speaks about the big data. So in every sector, I think we all know that the data change always the game. So of course, COVID has also impact on this. Since, for example, before we had all the equipments were hardware driven. So we had the X-ray on a paper, and this was what the machine provided us. Currently, of course, the investment is much more on the software, where all the data are included and are inserted in the softwares and in the equipments that we have. But of course, the question here is always how can then we measure this data, and how can we utilize kind of this data to sometimes predict what is going to happen. And last, also a point that I would like to mention here, and also that is maybe more related to HR, is that the jobs are really changing. And this is just even by the fact that they can be performed out of the offices or out of the environment that we were used to. So I think now the organizations need to kind of answer to these changes, also adapting the new way of working. And I think later on we will have still the opportunity to speak a little bit about this, but just also to mention that this is something that is really happen in terms of these jobs that we are seeing that are really changing. In kind of line, just the summary. So I think we are seeing this telemonitoring as more frequent, and this changes, of course, the business in healthcare, also the part of the online to the on-site, to the online support, the big data analysis, and also the importance of the jobs that are being changing in the last years, but also with more focus in the last 1.5 years.
Thank you a lot. I think you gave a lot of, you highlighted several changes that would let us to discuss many issues. But before I launch maybe a follow-up question, I would like to hear from João. What are his opinions or perspectives about this digital transformation impact in healthcare since the COVID?
Thank you, Sylvia, and thank you to all the faculty, and congratulations to the organization, because I think this the best way of seeing the impact is that we are bringing many areas under the same topic. So this is already an impact. This is probably one of the most difficult questions to answer right now, because we don't know yet how the full reach of these changes will impact healthcare. So instead of focusing on the things that we see the most, so the danger provided by COVID, the ways we are locked down, the stress on the healthcare system, I think we can try to see what we learned so far from COVID. I think the best way to put it in a scientific way is that COVID-19 could act as a catalyzer for change. So it allows us to see many of the issues that were underlying the healthcare system and the way healthcare is communicated that were not so easy to spot, because the machine was really heavy in the healthcare sector. So it allows us to see that some parts that we thought were prepared for any pandemic, they were not. And we didn't have the time to think and realize the best way to reply to that kind of changes. So it was really a catalyzer. It stressed all the resources to fight one disease, and probably the biggest issue that is not being discussed right now is the other disease continue to be a part of our days. So we needed to find ways of reaching the patients, and Joanne already told us about the remote monitoring of the patients. But the biggest challenge right now is to find the right balance, because we have the technology, hospitals can use it, but many times the patients are not well taught to understand how the remote healthcare can help them. So this gave the population the biggest responsibility on their own health. And I think that will be one of the main transformations we see in the next years, because we know that people are kindly looking more for health data. They understand that they need to be a part of the disease management in every kind of disease, and this was something that was not it's not on the table before the pandemic, because the healthcare we had was working. So this is a stress factor that shows that can be many other ways of tackling this problem, and probably making the healthcare more sustainable, because we know that if we can focus the face-to-face work to the issues that must be face-to-face, we will have more availability in all sectors to treat better the disease. The second part that is a little bit more shady, and we talk about big data, but probably we need to talk about the problems with big data, because it's the data that is being generated right now, it's unprecedented. So we don't know all the sources. We understand that they must be used, but normally this takes some learning before using the sources. It's being more important to know the way the data is being generated, the way it's shared. So a lot of issues on how we can preserve data, because we don't know the impact on the future of knowing all this information about all the population. But we understand right now that if we don't have the data, we will not be able to correctly assess the resources we have in healthcare. And this is something that we saw right now with the networks that are doing for COVID, but we understand this for the other disease. We need to be able to access clinical data. The academic world should be more easy to reach this data, should be something that the scientists can work, and this can drive the research and development in the future. It is something that we are seeing right now, is this kind of data network sharing created on the scope of COVID. Last but not least, I think we need to be positive. So it's not the first time humankind is facing a pandemic, and sometimes we understand that this kind of catastrophes are a driver for change. If we take, for example, the bubonic plague, without the bubonic plague, we will not have the current sanitation we have. So something will change with this kind of pandemic. We don't know yet if it will be a change in the way we communicate, the way we work with each other, but I'm quite positive that the best we can get, it's yet to come. So we need to stay positive and learn from it instead of trying to just solve it. We need to learn from it.
Yes, I think you emphasized several important issues, and in fact, I would say that the needs for improvements in terms of our healthcare system, let's say digital resources and bigger data resources, was something that before we already knew that could be improved, and these pandemics for sure created an opportunity to understand what would be the benefits if we would use better the information that we have, but deal with it in a more efficient and better way. So, but before we move on with several issues that you point out, that were pointed out by you, João and Joanna, I would like to hear from Mariana, her opinion or perspective about these issues.
Thank you, Sylvia. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation, and it's an honor and a pleasure to participate. And I would like to also to congratulate for the initiative. Well, in healthcare provision, COVID-19 induced or forced many changes due to the need to maintain care level, especially for chronically ill people. Some existing measures started to be intensively, as the case, for example, of electronic prescriptions. On the other hand, the consultations allowed more frequent follow-up for these patients, enabling the control to a certain extent of their clinical evolution. The information system that support the clinical area allowed an adaptive response from the provider system, despite its manifest insufficiencies and the deficient design. Contrary to COVID-19 came to show the inadequacy or the absolute lack of an information system glaringly in the area of public health. As we know, for the worst reasons, public health has become relevant to the public opinion due to the need for muscular interventions by the government or by the health authority due to the successive COVID-19 waves, or therefore crises at the local and regional level, as it was the case of OVAR and Reguengos, for example. Nevertheless, it also evidenced that the lack of technical and human resource and, above all, effective and safe means of communication and information sharing. Thus, COVID-19, in terms of public health, will also be known in public health history as the Excel sheets pandemic. However, as always in these circumstances, very motivated and engaged professionals sought to organize themselves and their organizations to generate solutions to the moment. An example is the Trace COVID application for epidemiologic inquiries and similar applications with great potential to produce more robust and reliable instruments in the future. In another aspect, and in my experience during these months, COVID-19 is a new disease that implies the vital need to know quickly what is going on in the field to tailor interventions. Consequently, it forced and accelerated the use of technologies that were regarded before with great suspicion and reserve, as was the case of online survey data collection. The need does accelerate a process that would otherwise take years to materialize. On the other hand, the forced change in working conditions, with the shift almost overnight to telework, made it clear that the potential for this kind of work already existed, and that it made it possible for many of us and for our organizations. Consequently, we could ensure our professional obligations in safety and without significant losses of productivity. Even more, It also made it possible to work on new areas that were not planned at all, such as the monitoring of the evolution of such a pandemic and carrying out out serological surveys.
Yes, thanks a lot. It is for sure a very relevant perspective, considering the role that the Institute Ricardo Jorge has in Portugal, and especially the role that had to develop during all this pandemic situation. I was listening to all your reflections, and I was thinking that in fact there is these changes in the, let's say, the public healthcare system and the changes in the private companies, and somehow there was here this time a very strong let's say link and a strong combination of changes in both sectors that influence each other. I was wondering, these changes that you are highlighting, like for instance from the, let's say, from the public health care system, this use of technology in a more how can I say, in a more complex way, or at least in more activities than before, because in fact before it was in our public system it was only like we could settle some appointments using our the hospital or the health system or we could have the recipes for medicines. But in fact, you are highlighting this change also for the way the patients have access to the health, and they can be monitoring in their health. And also now Mariana was highlighting the way we collect data about what is going on. In terms of the public system, it's a little bit to challenge this question, because I know that you don't have so much experience on that from the side of the public sector, but I would like just to hear if from your perspective, these changes that we started to see, and that in fact they happen in a very short period of time, because we are talking about changes that happen in 1 year, and sometimes we don't realize on that. And so this use of technology in a more diverse way in our public healthcare system, you think it came to stay, or in some years we are going back? I don't know which one of you would like to answer or to start answering this question. You can.
I can start. I will say in the outsider view, it's probably a crystal ball, because we know that some kinds of technology will not stay because they were not correctly regulated, so they were forced to be implemented. They could put in jeopardy the correct way of protecting people data, and the way they were started were in a context that we don't expect to live forever. Despite that, we understand that many of these kind of technology will stay because they will provide improvement. So they are used in a stressful way in which they are just doing what they were designed to do, but probably they will help us to better understand the resources, to better canalize the data that we have, to better serve the community that use the healthcare system. But it will be something that will be tricky because we need to find the right balance, because we cannot lose the human touch from medicines. So despite all the goods that digital way of reaching people and communicating between sectors they bring, the right balance will be key to understand which kind of technology will stay. Despite all that, the way we reach, for example, the testing rates and the way that can be shared, the way that they were assessed by many people on the healthcare system and outside, is something that we already know that will stay. So the way people look to healthcare data will never be the same. And this is not a physical technology, but is something that will bring on for the following years.
Thanks a lot. I don't know if you, Joana or Mariana, would like to.
Well, I agree with João. I think these changes are to stay. It will stay with us. It will be maturate, and I expect to see an evolution in our system, to become more resilient, and that also the government will be more awareness of this kind of problems, and will provide the resources, human resources and technical resources to warrant this evolution, because this is, I'm afraid, the first pandemic, but we can face another pandemics. So we can protect us and our populations in the right way.
Thank you a lot. Joana, you would like to add something?
Yeah, maybe just like to mention that I think the tools and the technology already existed before. Of course, there will be evolution on that, but what COVID allowed, it's that COVID fostered this. And as João was mentioning in the beginning, it acted as a catalyzer. So we were kind of, we had no option. So we really need to use these technologies and these tools. And I think COVID in these last 1.5 years helped in the way that, okay, now it's mandatory, we need to start to use it. But of course, there will be evolutions in terms of technology on that, for sure.
I would like to say another thing that I think it's important. Scientific knowledge production is fantastic. We have now we have knowledge from a very big spectrum of the disease and also the healthcare delivery. So we can manage. The future is interesting because we have new tools at the scientific level too. It's not just what happened, but new tools, new knowledge, and this knowledge circulated very, very quickly among the academic communities and the professional communities.
That is a very good point, and it is also a thing that I was thinking while I were listening to you all, which is I'm not sure if it's going to be the case that in terms of scientific collaboration, development, and also translation of results to society, if this way of work and of solving this challenge, if we will see it again for different situations. I would say that for a pandemic, another pandemic, it seems like we learned and everything that it was done correctly this time, it will be very relevant for the next situation that we may need this. But I was wondering if for other health challenges that we know that we have as a society, if this can have an impact on these other health and diseases challenges that we have. Do you want to comment that, or?
I can give again my my outsider insights. It's not easy to answer because we are sure that the way the data is shared will change forever. So like Dr. Mariana was saying, the level of scientific research is unprecedented. So we have a lot of ways of doing research, and we learn a lot of technologies that were not able to reach the common health person in the last 10 to 12 years. What I don't think it will be possible is to have every scientific innovation in the same time frame we had for COVID. Because the risks of doing that is losing a lot of protections that we have that ensure us that the best ways of dealing with disease are the ones selected. That's why we have so long development programs. So normally, and a big issue right now is that we see a newspaper saying that something was discovered to cure something, and we expect that will be ready for use in 1 year, and it's not. Many times will not be in our time frame of living. So it could not be used by our generation because it's something that needs to be tested. It can work in a small group of patients, but we don't know when we reach it to another level. But despite all of that, the technologies developed during this pandemic will be translation for another disease. So we see a lot of applications of the way we're reaching to aim for target therapies and something like that. But it's something that is really difficult to predict right now because we understand that all the regulations and all the cooperations between countries are changing day by day. So this will be something to discuss probably in the second conference when we have more data to support our thoughts.
Yes, thank you a lot. And now thinking, well, we had all these changes and transformation in the healthcare environment, let's say like that. And I was wondering what happened inside your companies or your institutions. So in what way there were benefits or challenges related with this transformation that had an impact in your companies or on the way you prepare your teams to work in this context. So I would like now an insider perspective about how, as an organization and in terms of adapting to all these situation. So what were the benefits and challenges for your companies in some way, and how did you prepare your teams to work in this context? I'm not sure if João, you want to be the first, and then
I can be. This is also a topic that we can look at it in very perspectives, in a lot of perspectives. Sorry for the misleading, but just to keep it simple. So the most difficult part, and like saying my area of impact, that is medical affairs, is something that we work on the information available and ensure that the information shared is the correct one. This is something that was by regulation thinking a paper way of thinking. So we know that we are regulated, we know that everything that is done according to a lot of rules, and then we started to have a time frame where the paper don't exist and the face-to-face don't exist, and the sharing of information is higher than ever. So how you need to prepare the teams? It's something that is complicated because we need to first work on the mentality. People need to start understanding that they cannot think paper and then change it to digital. They need to think digital. So they need to understand the channels, understand how they can reach and collect the information that is needed by the people on the field that need that information to act. And despite that, it allows us to reach more easily to experts that were not accessible right now. So if we think 2 years from now, and if we want to do a conference with an international speaker that was based on the US, no one would like to see that conference because it was not in person and they cannot share thoughts with them. Right now, it's a reality. So people are more open to discuss with experts all around the world. And I think this is something that needed to up-level the skill set of the people working in the teams in the pharma industry, because they need to understand how they can better use the scientific transformation around the digital world to share information to the correct way to the correct people. The problem is to keep the same level of interaction that we have before. So it's easier to do a webinar for 1,000 people, but we'll not have the same level of interactiveness that we have for a small meeting of 20. And I think we still need to, we are learning, and I think this is something that new skill sets will be needed within the teams, because if we want to be a partner for healthcare, providing the right information and to give the information to the ones that want to listen to them, we need to have to develop some new solutions, because the ones we currently have can help, but will not be the final ones from the following years.
Can you just share with us if in the case of your company, for preparing your teams, you did any kind of special training or?
Yeah. So being more specific on that topic. So before the pandemic, the ways we had, we need to prepare, so to give training on the regulations and prepare people to be aware of the way they should communicate with this person, that person, and the other person. Right now, we need to give trainings on the way they develop assets. So if they want to develop something to help them on the communication, we did workshops to better help people to build assets that are more aligned for digital channels, training to people to know how they can protect themselves in social media, so what they can share, what they cannot share, trainings on the way people should behave on that kind of channels. So what kind of information, fact checking, so everything that is done to preserve the way you keep your integrity was a big focus for the teams right now, due to the fact that they are more exposed than ever to public judgment every time you speak about health data.
Yes, yeah, I can see that happening, and it's very relevant that you took care of that, because maybe before it was already a concern, but for sure, with all that we hear about information that spreads without control or that is changed, and facts that are really not facts, for sure that was very important for your company. To change here a little bit of the order, Mariana, would you like to give us your perspective on this now?
I will speak in a more broad sense. The digital transformation of the health sector should be based on a clear understanding of the required set of competence profiles, their inclusion in the innovative and adaptive healthcare system, and the preservation of the human capital. The use of competencies approach to the digital transformation of the healthcare contributes to improving the adaptability of the existing system of health organization to the new technological order that provides the possibility of introducing cross-cutting technologies in the process of decision making to improve the accessibility and the quality of care. It is clear now that we need the reinforcement and the reshaping of some structures that will become critical in the very near future. Well, as a public health doctor, my focus is on public health perspective and structures. One of them is the Health Observatory, which is a policy-oriented national center designed to performing ongoing and systematic observation and analysis or relevant health issues relevant health issues related to population groups and healthcare organizations. Health observatories are intelligence generating units with the goal of supporting timely and effective evidence-based decision making and action in public health and for the operation of health system. One distinguished character of health observatories is that they are deployed in a virtual environment, in the sense of being a construct that exists on an electronic public network application, as opposed to a traditional repository of physical paper documents. Another critical structure is a strong and effective public health network. For example, the long-term work for disaster preparedness should be based on a resilient public health network, mainly on a public health network dynamic that provides and promotes, among others, a systematic observation of the population health status and the health system's performance, the compilation and the effective usage of knowledge dispersed in the network, the knowledge mapping, the knowledge production and dissemination, and the development of support tools. Such a network should enable collaborative work through the entire network, linking the national and the local levels and the north and the south, so to speak. For that, collaborative tools similar to those we are using nowadays should be made available for every professional in the network. Thus, strong and effective integration with the communities, but also with the stakeholders at all the system levels can be achieved. Given the need to maintain a healthy and motivated workforce, the service of workers' health has also acquired new dimensions and importance related to quarantine and confinement situations, but also with the new work situations as telework. This need thus forced the creation of new communication channels between workers, the occupational physician, and the other elements of the occupational health and safety team. Here, too, the digital transition marked this importance.
Yes, you highlighted very interesting points as well, the issues of the competencies and the collaborative work and just now the communication channels that are for sure in the core challenges of and also learning opportunities for the next years. I was just wondering if you are able to share in terms of Instituto Ricardo Jorge, while you were dealing with all these challenges as an institution, if you did any kind of specific training or any kind of initiatives to prepare your researchers and your doctors, or if you are not able to do that, so you were just adapting to what was going on.
We just adapted to what is going on because the pressure, the stress is very, very high in the start of the pandemic. When the INSA is the institution would make was making tests and the laboratory work that we need to control this in this phase of the pandemic, but also very quickly some teams are auto-organized to prepare the answer, like what happened at the serological level, and to organize such an operation in very, very few time to and that implies a survey, blood collection, and other tasks. So it was a very intensive work, but that is the answer. In the organization, we have a plan for protection and preparedness, and we put some teams at the laboratory departments to work in safety, and we developed some rules for our users to go to use the institute services. So it was this kind of measures that are still in in usage in the institute. So we can, I think, have a good answer to the high requests we have. We have.
Thank you a lot. So, Joanna, I would like to, or we would like all to hear your perspective now.
Thank you. I think it's interesting that João and also Mariana touched on the points that I will also cover. So it's interesting that we have like different roles, but in the end, all goes on the same direction. So I think in terms of, so all this transformation requires also always cultural change. And we know that a cultural change takes time. It's not from one day to the other. So, of course, during this pandemic, there was the need to change fast, but the question was, change to what? So how should we now organize our people? How should we manage expectations? How should we proceed on a daily basis? And these were some questions that popped up in our minds, and I think in all colleagues' minds. And it all starts with this cultural change, in my opinion. So if we look into the benefits, for sure that a virtual environment supports this change within the complex organizations. And I mean, a clear example is that we are here today at this conference without leaving our homes, and no cost and no time is lost. I mean, we are, as João was also saying, we are more willing to this type of exchange. And we are here virtually at a conference. Maybe 2 years ago, this was not possible simply because we were not willing to it. Also, another point that we see as a benefit is the digitalization of processes. So this transformation really went in this way. So every single process needed to be digitalized. Of course, that this happened before already with some cases, but now it's quite mandatory that everything needs to be digitalized. Of course, this also helps to try to reduce some kind of complexity that we had before, and always having in mind, try to be more kind of agile within the kind of complex organizations that we are in. Also, another point that we see as a benefits is that, for example, there were some topics that were not discussed before. For example, currently we discuss topics as mental and physical health, the importance of this for our employees itself, of course, in a sense of within our organization. So there are many benefits that now needs to be started to be explored that maybe before were not issues or were not even considered within the organization. So this also allows us to have more space to kind of discuss these new topics that are bringing more importance to the employees. I would say that on the side of the challenges, one thing that is frequently pointed out is the workload within the organization. So many employees mention, and I think this is transversal to many organizations, is that there was needed and there is still needed an extra effort. And this workload, in my opinion, it's because I mean, we did not learn yet how to manage our lives in this new reality. We are starting to get used to it, but maybe we did not reach yet the point. We did not set yet the right boundaries on it. And I think there is still some work to do regarding this workload topic. And this is frequently a challenge that we see within the organization. Also, on the side of the challenges, one thing that was and maybe still is difficult to assess is to understand what are the skills that are missing with the organization. Since the jobs are changing, since with this pandemic, so everything is changing, but we need to, the companies, I think, or the organizations are able to provide every training that the employees want or desired or that is needed to build the competencies. But what is difficult and what is a challenge for us to understand is what are really the skills that are missing? What new skills do we need in order to overcome this situation? So this is also some kind of a challenge that we are seeing. Then, and more related to your, I would say, last part of the question, how do we prepare the teams to work in this context? I mean, change management process and a clear communication was and still is the key to lead the teams. I mean, if we don't have a clear communication, if we are not next to our employees and to our teams, most likely will not be able to do anything. So, I mean, it's really needed that we have this close communication and that we foster this proximity, just really to understand what is needed in the organization. So then also our colleagues can perform better their jobs within the organization. In terms of tools itself, we have launched some kind of tools that helps the employees to have some kind of the letter to travel within the countries and to go to our clients. For the employees that are in the offices, there was also developed a tool so they can monitor the symptoms. And more recently, everyone that goes to the office will be do an antigen test, so everyone feels safe in their kind of new office environment that we have. These are just some examples of the tools. But I would say that in terms of a summary, and I think as João mentioned, also Mariana, so communication, collaboration, and the learning organization is really a key in this, I would say, in these times that we are facing. If I can do just a line in a summary on this.
I thank you a lot because you really summarized in an excellent way some of the points that were being made by all our colleagues. I want you now to change a bit more to HR, as we are starting to talk about the issue of skills and the needs that your companies, well, the challenges that your companies faced and also the opportunities. But thinking now on HR, I was thinking that, well, considering the several areas that human resources management have, what or which kind of areas would be more affected by these transformations that and these trends that we have been highlighting? I would like to hear from you, Joanna, and then if the other colleagues would like to also say something about it, I would really enjoy to hear also.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, in terms of areas that has been most affected by this digital transformation, we can highlight maybe giving a couple of examples. So, for example, on the recruiting side, so all the recruitings are done 100% as a virtual process. Before, it was needed to know the candidate face to face, and currently it's not the case anymore. So currently we have tools that allow us this kind of proximity with the candidates, for example, as having pre-video interviews or have some kind of assessments all in online. So maybe also our mindset was, no, only a person can join the organization if we know the person in face to face, but it's not the case anymore. So currently, one change that we are having and that we have is that we have all the 100% of virtual process in terms of recruiting. Then also it's all the artificial intelligence in recruiting that is still being developed, and I think here it's a bit of a trend that we can foresee. So it will be many developments in the, I don't know, in the next years on this area of artificial intelligence in terms of recruiting. Then if I can go to other area, so in terms of development of people, so is also one big area in terms of HR. So learn how to manage these remote teams. These also together with the change management process that we need to have in the organization. So all the trainings are provided and need to be adapted to online. Of course, this was a little bit of the reality before, but as also mentioned here today, so now we are more willing to that. So, okay, it's virtual, we will not question about it, we will do the virtual training because we don't have opportunity to do it in face-to-face. Also, one thing that is related to development, and this we need to take care regarding the new hires within the organization, is the digital onboarding. So here we needed to find some kind of ways to onboard and welcome the colleagues, either being in the virtual coffee breaks to interact with the newcomers, or even have some kind of online tools that allow us to make the connection in between all of us, and that people feel that they are part of the organization and they can feel that they belong to this organization. Otherwise, it's the same if they join Siemens Healthineers or other companies. So we really need to make sure that even with the virtual environment, that they join the organization and they know exactly who are we about, of course. Also, if I can comment, so in terms of tools and HR systems, which is also an important part. So as we know, so regarding the cloud-based tools, so today is possible, for example, to work remotely online on the same document exactly on the same time as, for example, my manager that is based in Germany. So we are working exactly on the same thing on the same time, and this is just possible by these cloud-based tools that we are having. Also, the chatbots now started to be more a trend here, I would say, not just in HR, but also in HR. So how can we maximize the knowledge and have, of course, efficient and agile organization with these new chatbots? And also regarding these tools, so it's extremely important that we establish new ways of communication, new channels of communication. We are learning, so with this virtual environment, we need to listen more from our employees, because sometimes it's difficult. I mean, in a face-to-face environment, we know that some employee is not well or that needs something, but in the virtual environment, sometimes it's more difficult to understand their needs. And here in a virtual environment, so we have implemented bi-weekly surveys that manage employees' engagement within the organization. This is also one example of this tool, and this a tool, of course, and in this virtual environment that close the gap in between the managers and the employees itself. And last, but not maybe I'm being too extensive, but just the last point is regarding the benefits itself. So also an important part of HR. So what we considered as benefits before, I think it takes now a new perspective, because for example, before, employees value a lot the parking on the office, car parking on the offices, or having gymnasium at the office. And now this is not more, it has less importance to the employee currently. Now the employees start to value, for example, psychological sessions, also mindful sessions. So also these benefits take other perspective, and what was valued before, maybe it's not so valued currently, and we have here some kind of new perspective in this way. I mean, these were some kind of typical HR areas where these kind of, trends, and also that were affected by these changes. And yeah, as a summary, and of course, if there is questions, happy to answer, Sylvia.
Thank you a lot. I will give the word now to João, because one thing that we have been talking before this meeting was about these challenges in finding talent and retaining talent. That is an issue that you highlighted in some way. So, João, if you would like, you could share your opinion on this issue of the either the challenges or the benefits of these digital challenges in finding and retaining talent.
Happy to try to add something, because I think Joanna made an excellent point of summarizing the way we see these changes happening. I would like to stress that I totally agree that onboarding must be key to allow the new hires to understand the company culture. So this is something that it's difficult making a smooth transition from face-to-face to a digital world. And despite that, we need to continue thinking on career development, because something that was really easy, like the learning on the job or a shadow role, it's now really difficult to do. So people are more responsible for their own development. They need to seek for it. And this all the activities on coaching, on mentoring that HR was more easy to provide in a pre-digital world, I think will be really changing in the future. But going directly to your question, I think that finding talent and retaining talent, it's something that was really stressed by COVID. Because finding was key. We understand that the skill sets needed many times were not within the companies. And just to make an example, for example, in my field, medical affairs, we understand that the traditional people for medical affairs are really scientifically trained. They understand the data, they communicate the data. But right now, they need to think more strategic. They need to understand how the data can be shared digitally. And this is something that was difficult to find. But with everyone more willing to share their own information, to update profiles, because LinkedIn is here for a lot of time, but people were not so kind to update and correctly find and show what experience they have. Now people do workshops, place the right information on their profiles, and make the headhunters more easy to spot them. Apart from that, I think the biggest issue is that the people were binded to the place where the company was placed. So if we have a job that was office-based, we will need to go to the head office. So this was a limitation for many people that were not willing to change due to family, to own personal choice. But right now, the remote work was like mandatory, so the people are more able to see that remote work is just another way of working. So this allows us to reach for other countries, other companies, and other people with different skill sets that were used to work home based. But with great power comes great responsibility, because the issue right now, it's more easy to reach to a competitor, and it will be more easy for that person to change, because they can change staying at the same office that is his home. So the ways that people will understand talent retention is more about the challenge of the role, the benefits, like Joanna was saying, because it's more easy to compare the benefits right now, because the benefits are more linked to that person space and not linked to the company headquarters. And I think this will be a really challenging part for HR in the future, because we understand that the people are more prone to change from one company to the other, like be more project driven. And this is difficult because you need to have some like of standardized way of the company mentality. And with the high rotation on teams, this will be a challenge in the following years to keep your company image and your way of thinking. I think you are on mute, Sylvia.
Sorry. Oh, this is it games live. It's changing without me interfering. But thanks a lot for your thoughts and also this. I think you are highlighting also what we can say that are global challenges, because we could say that before the talent search and talent retaining was already challenging when, especially for specific areas or for specific skills. And for sure now it will be even more demanding, and it will require more from the companies once let's say the job market is even more wide, and a lot of benefits, a lot of things that can be offered now are also different, right? You can also offer location. As we were seeing some days ago, they were talking about these IT guys that they were already working in several places in the world, but that was already a reality for these, let's say, technology-related jobs. But now people started to think, oh, maybe this can also be something for me. So it really changes the way HR plans and manages all the recruitment process, and then also how to retain the people in the company. I think these were very important and very interesting issues. I'm trying now to manage the time that we have. As Mariana does not have this the same perspective as you, because she's a doctor and a researcher, I would like now to change a little bit and make a question for her, more in terms of, let's say, higher level challenges. So Mariana, I would like to know, what do you think that are the global changes that we expect to come from digital transformation that can apply in many different scopes to our society?
Thank you. So I think there is good and not so good news for health. On the good news side, we can expect the deepening of a mixed mode of healthcare delivery, virtual and face-to-face. However, virtual monitoring will only be really useful and effective if the face-to-face component can have the space and the time needed for an adequate interaction between the health professional and the patient or user. In this sense, routine teleconsultations can significantly improve the quality of face-to-face consultations. Its mere replacement for economical reasons, for example, would be a complete disaster. Individual empowerment, an issue dear to public health, can be highly reinforced by new applications and advice related to mobile health and gaming. It will also take advantage of community-based collaborative work, which will be supported by materials developed to improve health literacy in both critical areas and everyday life, as mean healthy lifestyles promotion. Another field that could be target of a significant improvement is the population health surveillance, which could enable the detection of critical situations in almost real time, as is the case of syndromic surveillance. The pandemic also highlighted the importance of mathematical models of surveillance and prediction concerning the population's health. The surveillance of environment factors and their importance in predicting the effects on health, saving lives, or when this is not possible, improving in advance the provision of critical care is critical. Despite the tremendous problem caused by COVID-19, the threat posed by climate change has not diminished and will tend to worsen. So devices that allow predicting the impact of these effects on health and will be essential. Some already exist concerning extreme temperatures, but they should deserve more attention from the government. Community participation in problem solving can now gain a new dimension and thus allow for better intervention in the social determinants of health. New technologies can promote interactions as needed between the various partners involved in the problem, including representative elements of the communities. In the side of the less good news, first and foremost is the severe threat that the digital transition poses regarding data protection in healthcare, which some classify as the new white gold. It will be the government and every citizen concerning to block these data predators completely. Paradoxically, fully available data to those who need it effectively should be warranted, and statistical secrecy cannot be an obstacle to public health interventions. Another very treating aspect is related to the misinformation conveyed by bots and fake news propagated by social networks, which constitute real terrorist threats to the health of populations. The only way to end this situation is to create and intensively promote reliable sources of information and improve the population's health literacy. There should be specific training for journalists and awareness campaigns for media owners calling for their social responsibility and, in some cases, taking legal action. So we have a really very hard work to do.
Thanks a lot. I think that some of the things that you were highlighting well, it was also mentioned before by João that, for instance, the challenge is that sometimes it's also for companies to prepare the workers to deal with the way we communicate outside, or the way we communicate to the society and the way we communicate to the public, that maybe before it was already something that we were aware, but that it gained a different weight with this situation, and you, as you were highlighting, the good communication and good information is something that now we are even more aware that it's critical, and it was also good to see during this pandemic situation that people that maybe before they would not go so straightforward to speak with TVs and to go to talk with media, they understood that they should do it in order that information and communication would be more clear, more rigorous, and that would contribute better for the society and for people to really get good knowledge. Thank you a lot. We have approached several issues very important for the moment, but also some very relevant for the future. The time was very, it just passed by very quickly. So I need now to move to questions from the audience that are following this panel at this moment. And I would like to question you, and either João or Joana, maybe you would be better to in a better position to answer this question. So one question that comes from the audience is, how has this digital transformation in HR being used to manage the employees' well-being. I remember that somewhere you are highlighting, I think it was Joanna, that this pandemic has contributed for everyone to be more aware of health and the relevance of health. I think that is a general observation, that it's a fact, and that in specific in companies who got more conscious, more aware, but also more concerned with the issues of the physical and mental health of the workers. So this issue of how this digital transformation may be used also for the good, so for the employees' well-being, I think it's very interesting, and I would like to hear from you. What is your opinion? Maybe first Joanna and then João.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. So if there were some kind of benefits that we didn't know before, not that we didn't not know, but we didn't pay attention before, now it's something that is really came into our daily basis, the need to look of this mental health and also physical health. So physical health, because maybe we are on the same place at home, seated by 8 or 10 hours in front of the computer, and also mental health to go away from this pandemic. And for example, in terms of not tools, but benefits that we allow now, is that really that if needed, colleagues can go to psychological sessions. And maybe before this pandemic, this was something that was a bit social, not so accepted, and now is more often accepted by the society itself. So I think it's one of the benefits that we are seeing, that maybe the problems always existed, but they were hidden. And currently, this is something that we more often speak about it, and is something that we try to overcome by providing these sessions to the employees.
Yes, João?
Building on that, it's not easy, but I totally agree with the more highlighted that was provided to mental health. So what we faced was our HR department developed some sessions. Before it was more difficult because the sessions must be face to face. Right now with the online for well-being, physical being, nutrition, this was something that was really promoted during the first wave and was keeping on time. But despite that, I think the companies were more prone to see that digital brought the company to the person home. So many of the activities were not activities, but the changes were on the ways people should manage the work schedule. So blocking some parts of the day to make sure that the meetings were not during lunchtime, because at home we need to prepare lunch if we want to have lunch, and giving more time to be more flexible, because we know that, for example, webinars are taking place post-work, so people should be more flexible. And this was provided in correct guidance by the HR department. Time management, that was something that during a lot of time was discussed within the companies, right now has a huge importance. So meetings with only the people that must be on the meeting, making sure that there is the correct time between meetings. And this is something that is being stressed by the HR department, because it's one of the at least best ways to ensure that people understand and protect their own time. Because with the digital transformation, with the breaks between meetings or between tasks dropped out, and we need to take control and recover them if we want to keep a healthy mind.
Thank you a lot. I was wondering, Mariana, I'm not sure if you want to comment this, but I was wondering on one thing, because before you were talking that there are surveys done with the population, and considering that, I also think that this health awareness was also in all our lives. So everyone started to be more concerned with their health, if by any chance, for instance, participation in surveys increased because of this awareness, or if you did not saw any change from, let's say, the population role.
Yes, the participation is a good participation, but I think it was better in the first confinement because people is at home, so they are more willing to participate in this kind of service, even by telephone or by web. I do the participation from the other waves are similar to other in another years, but I would like to say another. I agree with João, and there is a problem with this new kind of work, is the work family. This boundary is a problem, and people must learn how to manage, especially families with very small children must learn to manage these situations. The good news, I think, that occupational health can, especially occupational medicine, can have a new dimension, because if you are working in your in your home and you do not feel good, you can use an application to your company or your institution occupational physician and say, well, I have fever, I not feel good for that reason, and then he can answer you what happened, and you can make a meeting by teleconference, or even a consultation, a presential consultation. So you can have a care, a health care, health surveillance more precise and more available with this. That's a good change, I think. That's all.
Yes, yeah, that was also really a challenge, and I would also add that before it would be very usual that we would go to work, to our workplace, being sick. So sometimes with virus or bacteria that we didn't know, and we would challenge in going anyway. And I think that maybe with all this experience that we have now, also we may be more conscious, and our employer or our company or our institution will understand better that, in fact, in terms of health in the company, sometimes it's better that you stay at home. Even if you want to work, you may do your work at home in order that you don't contribute for a health problem in your team or in your group. So I think that this is going to be also something good that we will take from this experience, and also to be more aware of our impact on the others, right? In this sense. But you are right. There were challenges in balancing the good outcomes in managing maybe better family and life in terms of family and work life in terms of time management. But also there were other challenges, because we had a completely different experience when we had the kids at home, where the schools were not operating as usual. But we know that is not going to stay. So at least we know that.
We hope so.
So we keep the benefits of saving time, using better time. Although I think it's also there is still a lot of important issues that enforce the need for us also to go to the company and to be with our teammates and colleagues. So I personally, I can see benefits in let's say either mixed systems, either by week or by day, whatever, or even depending on the worker profile. But there is still some how can I say, some things that are not really the same when we do this kind of work. Although, of course, we save time, we can be in more meetings in a shorter period of time, let's say, because we keep moving from meeting to meeting without the commuting time. But for instance, for you are emphasizing the efforts and the initiatives that you did also to promote some kind of teamwork climate and team involvement. But trust, for instance, and for newcomers, and identification with the company, etc. I would say it can be a challenge if we do everything in a distance and virtually. But so there are the very good benefits from this learning that we had during this time. But I think there is also benefit in the other way. So you should find the balance and the best way to benefit from both work context and different work ways. We have another question that I would like to ask you, maybe also already like a conclusion. There was a person that was asking if you think that there are some organizational competencies, so let's say organizational characteristics or competencies from the companies or the institutions that really can facilitate the digital transformation, or that can really, how can I say, make space for a better benefit from this opportunity. So if there are characteristics that companies may have that will facilitate the benefits of the digital transformation. I don't know who would like to start.
I can comment. So, I mean, in terms of organization, I think the key is that more than competencies is that provide the right resources and also the right tools. So just after that, the colleagues or the employees can feel empowered to add their own value on their own jobs. And then, of course, in terms of competencies, is all part of this culture that we build within the organization. So is the all individuals, all the competencies that we have within the teams that makes the culture of our organization, and that make us as make us to have the strengths that we need in terms of competencies within the different teams. I would say that it's all about the resources, about organizations providing the right tools, and then also to allow the culture itself with the different individuals to contribute on those different elements.
Yeah,
I totally agree.
I can end on that because I think the focus point is the real company DNA. So we talked during the last years a lot about diversity, and right now diversity could be the key for this changing environment. So we need to be really diverse in the way we attract people. But we also probably will need to be open to change in the creation of new roles and new ways of thinking, because we are facing now the digitalization, and probably in 2 years we are discussing how we can bring people together, because the society is being fractured by the misinformation, so people can find information that will not be common ground. So this will be a challenge for the companies to understand and to give them a common goal so they can act as a joint and cohesive group. But apart from that, we are facing the second wave of the globalization, because the first time we start exchanging products, and now we are changing another product that is our own information. So the way we protect the digital self, it's something that should be on the companies. So the companies need to have the skill set of training people to understand that right now the information is one of the most valuable products that is available in the digital world. And I believe the biggest challenge is to join this diversity, join the right skill set, but understand the way this kind of new world should be regulated, and allows the companies to be as more standardized as they can in the way they treat data in the future.
Yeah, that is a really important point, and it is in fact that many companies were already recognizing the benefits of having a diverse workforce and also people with diversity skills, etc. And this really fits the challenges that we are going to face now. So to close this, I would just make a small challenge to you, to all the colleagues here in the panel. If you'd like to give a takeaway message, so one idea or one challenge or one opportunity for the future, if you would like to say which one you would highlight as either an opportunity or a challenge for the next future years. It can be at the level as you wish, either for your company or for society.
As a takeaway, I think it's difficult, so I can start with a small takeaway. But I think that we must understand how resilient the society can be. So at least we know that when we are put in a stressful environment, like Darwin said, we will evolve. So we are still evolving, and we should keep our eyes high and look for the what we already learned, because it will help us to create the better tomorrow. So the best is yet to come. We will learn from this pandemic, and I think the best way is to keep an open-minded and challenging way of seeing all the challenges, because we are, at least right now, more prepared than ever for the future challenges.
Yeah, it's a great takeaway, I think. We did not talk about resilience before, so it was very important that you highlighted it. Yes, sorry, Joanna?
I mean, maybe I think João covered, but if I just can say in one sentence, I think we should keep an eye on communication, internal, external. Also, the collaboration within the teams, within the different organizations is key. And of course, have this kind of growth mindset, so we can involve in situations like the pandemic, but also have a look into the future, and also have this open mindset. Otherwise, we will not change and learn with these situations.
Great, thanks a lot. Mariana, to close?
I'd like to say, keep an open mind and a critical thinking.
Great. So we have all the takeaways. So I'm very happy. It was a real pleasure to be here with you for this 1 hour and a half. And I would like to thank you on behalf of the organization. And I look forward to this, to the next challenges and to the next opportunity that we may have to be together and to discuss about this kind of issues. Thank you a lot. Mike, I give the word now to my colleague Iscte.
So thank you all. It was always great to see some good friends that I did not see a while because of the pandemic. Joanna, Mariana, I did not know João. It was nice to see you for the first time, and I really enjoyed this panel. Thank you, Sylvia, for your moderation. And right now, my role here is to invite you to visit our third panel at 2 p.m. So you are all invited to attend our third panel at 2 p.m. So thank you again. See you then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. It was a pleasure.
Hello, good afternoon. Let's start our third panel of the second day with the title Hospitals and Technological Advances in the Provision of Healthcare to the Population. So this panel will be coordinated by my colleague Francisco Nunes. Thank you, Francisco, for being here. And we will have as speakers Fernando Melo from who is the director at Centro Hospitalar Lisboa Norte, Susana Moreira da Silva, who is the Human Resource Director at Lusíadas Saúde, Anabela Lobo de Carvalho, Human Resources Director at Grupo Luz Saúde, and finally, Ana Paula Prates, who is the Head of Talent at CUF. So, Francisco, you can start. Thank you all for being here.
Okay, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to greet all the members of this panel. From my individual point of view, it is really a pleasure to have or to host such distinguishing professionals working in this sector. The role of the sector in our society doesn't need justification. We are all aware of the key role that is played by the healthcare sector in most of our societies, and I believe that we will have a very good panel. I would like just to remind the topic. The topic is quite broad. The topic is exactly hospitals and technological advancements in healthcare delivery to the population. Before we get started, I would like just to make a couple of comments just to help people to locate themselves within the sector, namely those who are in the audience, because the participants in the panel, they don't need, because they know the sector very well. But just to remind all the others that since the very beginning, since the origins of the humankind, societies have organized themselves to take care of their members. They have used a number of solutions, and those solutions naturally are different historically and also across the world. They have evolved in numerous ways. And in recent years, technology has boosted change in all aspects of care delivery. Just to mention a couple of developments, new and more precise diagnosis and treatment tools have been built, including the use of robots, thus enhancing clinical effectiveness, but also the patient safety and patient experience. Physiological monitoring systems based on artificial intelligence are now enabling the creation of smart healthcare environments, such as the so-called ambient assisted living, and also based on artificial intelligence, semi-automatic analysis of big data is having a better understanding of the dynamics of well-known disease. However, at the end of the day, despite this huge development that we all observe, 4 core elements of the care provision remain the same. Patients needing care, the providers who deliver the care that is needed by patients, the context supporting this provision, or in other words, the organization of care, and the use of resources, especially money and time, among others, to enable this provision. Beside these core elements, the impact of the digital age on the dynamics characterizing the liver is evident. And this will be the focus of our debate. The approach we are going to use is quite simple. I'm going to ask a number of questions, and those questions are supposed to circulate among all participants. And the audience is expecting that each of the participants come up with their views about the questions that I'm going to ask. By the end of the panel, we are going to open the discussion to all participants that might want to ask general questions that are not addressed to specific participants, or maybe they want to ask a specific questions to some participants. But this will be the end of by the end of the panel. Okay. So thanks again for manage to have time to get involved in our panel. I'm sure that at the end of this journey, we will be richer than in the beginning, okay? So the first question is a general one. The first question is a general one in the sense that we are all aware of the digital transformation that is changing almost entirely, is touching almost all parts of our lives. But the question I would like to hear your comments is related to your organizations. So according to your perspective and thinking mainly on your current employer, what are the main changes that you observed in the provision of health, changes that can be attributed to the digital transformation? Or put it in a more simple way, how digital transformation changed your organizations? Who wants to is there anyone who wants to start, or do you want me to randomly?
Okay. If you don't mind, I can start.
Annabella Carvalho, you want to start?
Yeah.
Thank you for helping me in performing this role.
So, well, fortunately, Grupo de Saúde had already established a digital clinical center. So we had launched the basis and the tools necessary for this transformation. Of course, that this pandemic situation allowed us to face a really big boost in this activity. Before pandemic situations, we have already performed video consultations, but we can now say that this activity growth more than 30 times last year before comparing to previous situations. So it was really, really important that we had this tool. And the aim of this project was to diminishing the distance, the physical barriers between patients and their doctors. So it's really important for those who have chronic diseases to be treated by their own doctors that know and have access to their clinical records. So I think this, I really don't like to speak about benefits preceded by the word COVID or pandemic, but at the end of the day, I think that this allowed people to not be so resisting to this change. And I think it was very helpful for them, not only for COVID patients, but for those who weren't going to the hospitals because they were afraid.
Good. Thank you.
Welcome.
Susana Moreira da Silva, thanks again for coming. It's your turn now.
Thank you. I think I could have another perspective. Of course, that the digital transformation was accelerated by the pandemic, But thinking about that, I manage people, and what I see is that the old transformation digital help us to have more time for our patients. It's incredible because even in this conference, it will be very difficult perhaps that we could have time in our agenda to have 2 hours to discuss this some issue. And it was very easy because we don't need to be in the same place. We can use the internet and the digital tools to help us. So the time to our patients increase in this relation. And on the other hand, using digital tools, we could trace what our health professionals do, and we could close up all the process that it was usual that we do with medicines, but nowadays we could use in every touch point between a doctor, a nurse, and a client.
Meaning that you have now a more powerful method or technique to follow the patient across its entire trajectory. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. And another example that we have, and we named the project I Care, for example, and the world is not only pandemic. The world exists before and after the pandemic. We hope so. After we hope so. And we had a project named I Care, for example, that potential the relationship between the nurses and the patients that are in patient rooms, that before the nurses should have all the information put in a paper, then went to a computer, then went the information to a computer. We lost information surely. The information was not so accurate. And nowadays they do that on the bedside. So it's another example then we could have more time to focus our professionals in what they should do, that is in the relation and build a trust relation with their patients.
Good. Thank you, Susana. And Fernando, are you there? Oh, thanks again for joining us.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you. Talking about digital transformation, I see a lot of outcomes that the hospitals can get. For example, with innovation of all the telehealth related work methods, telemedicine, telemedicine, we talked about that before, we can achieve a better response to our patients' needs. Is that what we like to do? Also, we can have a better resource allocation and a better optimization of all time schedules. That's important because our professionals stay more with more disponibility to other tests. Another example with solutions where it's easy to make a good fact register, we have the possibility to build better decision support tools and to minimize the need of the redundant tests and healthcare users. Talking about the pandemic, these times are truly difficult. All the staff from IT and all the infrastructure from IT are completely pushed out of comfort zone. We have increased use of remote working. We need a fast support decision tools, and we need to relocate almost in a daily basis, all the equipments, computers, printers, so on. I think, need to do fast learning, a more agile and efficient way to work. because sometimes, or most times, the priorities change from plan as better as you can to achieve the best result to a plan and implement as soon as possible and correct it quickly if needed. In resume, we need to create from one day to other hundreds of or even thousands of remote assessments and move or create some new places to treat the COVID-related patients. Is that the new times at least.
Okay, thank you, Fernando. I believe that your key point is related to the how in IT has enabled the process of introducing flexibility that enables organizations to deal with
Sorry, but my perspective is a little bit different from the other members of the panel. Okay? I'm IT man.
Yeah. We can expect that. It is very difficult to escape from our alma mater. Even if we struggle very hard, it is quite difficult. Okay, Ana Pratos, can you give your views on the major impacts of the so-called digital transformation on your organization? Sorry.
I shut myself, sorry. Good afternoon to all, special Annabella and Susanna. It's always a pleasure. We have regular meetings.
Talking about unions.
Yes. So this is a quite different meeting today. And thank you for your nice invitation to be here. I think in the private sector, we are living similar challenge concerning to digital transformation. And I think that my concurrents, Luz and Lusíadas, has the same feeling that we have here at CUF, that this is an issue before COVID. We have many projects with many goals that IT can help us to do this transformation, improve the patient experience, for example, better treatment for our patients, better outcomes. Data could enable us to focus more in value-based healthcare, for example. And this is something that IT and digital can help us. And maybe I think that in, for example, surgery, robotic surgery, it's possible to share knowledge, to share in different points of Portugal, to have a team working with a patient in these kind of surgeries. And this is possible because we have digital transformation. And I think any of us in the private sector has a app that allows our clients to access our units and our information. I think all of us. So it's something that happened and began before COVID. COVID, I agree with you, Annabella, it's not a benefit, but help us to boost and focus and look to that transformation with a sense of emergency, because it helped us as well, and we felt that during the first year of COVID. How can we protect? How can we communicate with safety mode and protect and giving a sense of safe to our professionals. So I think it's quite a beautiful and amazing world that will be in the future. And I think healthcare will be an enormous change. And I think we are dealing with it with a very care, something that you said before, the care that we need to have, the relationship with our patients. How can we do that with a digital transformation is something that is one of our goals. Don't lose that human link that we need in our sector. But I think we can manage to reinforce both this liaison between digital and relationship between people, and it's a people for people, our business. So it's very important to deal with it as so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, I believe I understand that at least paying attention to your expressions and also to the content of the several interventions. I would say that your experience is quite positive. The question is well, at least I know that I'm seeing Annabella moving a little bit and that perhaps not. But the question I would like to ask was, it is clear for everybody that all the tools that we use that are available to us right now, they introduce changes. And we all know that changes they don't have the same meaning to everybody. They are also, typically they put challenges. Do you, according to your experience, did you experience some kind of barriers that you had to overcome in order to implement the technological solutions? Did you face challenges that required an extra effort or an extra attention from you in order to take advantage of the new solutions that were implemented? Can we follow the same sequence just to introduce a little bit?
But I can start, but we need to change the order because I'm not going to be always the first one.
No, you don't. No. I'm going to help you in dealing with this.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm just doing this because it is the question follows the first one.
It's easier. Okay, so.
It follows the first one.
Okay. Just joking. The typical barrier is resistance to change. People don't want to change. But now we have the proof that when it's really necessary, people adjust and respond positively. I don't want to talk about the same subject, but regarding the video appointments, we are now able to make those appointments, even with the elder people who typically are not so familiar with this kind of technology. But they were already using this technology because they needed to contact with their sons and grandsons, and they teach them how to do a video call. So it was not so different after all. And our challenge is to always review our processes in order to make them very simple so they can be used for every people. And from our employees' point of view, I don't really think that we face that resistance. They are used to work with these tools. So for us, it was not a problem from our human resources perspective. For the patients, I think that they prove that they can do, and at the end of the day, it's better for the health and for their treatment. So it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Susanna, it's your turn now.
Yes, of course, that barriers we think always with people, but we have some, and I could share with you one situation that happened during this pandemic. It was in the first wave, and it was a nurse that couldn't, because personal reasons, work in frontline. So imagine that a nurse that wants to be part of the solution and should stay at home. So the digital transformation, all tools that we have, the hypothesis that she could access to medical records from home, the access of having meetings with the team that are taking care of the patients. She proposed us to do the daily calls to the families, giving them accurate information about their own families. So this is one of the examples that we are speaking, and then we are not speaking about people of 20s and 30s. We are speaking that had perhaps almost 60s and could see the advantage of these moments that we are living, and to approach the reality in a different way, in a positive way. You know, imagine that the families couldn't visit their homes at the hospital, but they could receive all the information by phone. We then also a project, a voluntary project with video calls that the families could see. I know that is by a phone, by a video call, but they could see their own that stays at the hospital 1 week, 1 month, and they could see that they could be okay and support them and give all the trust and the emotion that we receive when we are ill. So I don't think about barriers. I think the digital transformation, of course, if you are speaking about artificial intelligence, or if in the future the machines could replace people, it's another thing. But in our lives, I would say that the machines and all transformation that we will see will help us to have more balance. And for example, more balance between the work life. Okay, it is our opinion.
And it's interesting that what are you saying about this, because some days ago we were talking about this issue, because we have some changing programs in certain fields of HR department, and we talked about these barriers to change. And sometimes we feel that HR must do some examination and try to change our mindset, because sometimes we are one of the stones in the changing road. So this is quite a challenge for us as well. But the barriers that we feel is quite different from some years ago. We are we have many pressure for our patients. They don't like to waste time doing things that can be more agile, as you said, more simplicity, agility can give me more time for me, for my family. And this is the feeling that is well known in our health units. For example, I think it's very common that nurses are complaining about all the clerk jobs that the missions that they need to perform, and they were the first to ask for changing. So I think it's very interesting to have all these people need to change for a better life, and this is quite evident. But of course, we need to involve them in all this process, because if we want to be agile and have simplicity, they know better than we probably. So it's very important to have their opinion and listen, and try to have them with us in this process is very, very important. And of course, it's difficult to change habits, but if they can have the perception that is good for them, I think they will pressure us to do this kind of change. I think it's very different from 20 years ago, because they are more empowered and more, they want to participate. It's, I think our employees, I don't know, Annabelle, you have not the same age I have, probably it's my generation that can, and I like a lot to be challenged.
Maybe I'm older.
I don't know. But it's very interesting to work with younger people and people from business in our process, because they have a very interesting way to make easier things. I think they're sometimes HR are a bit complex, and it's very nice to have someone in the 20s that is challenging us to take a different road. So I think it's very interesting to work in this field.
Yeah, okay, good. Fernanda, is your turn.
It's not a question of the age, the literacy. I think if we can show the professionals the major benefits of a digital transformation project with a big focus on process automation, for example.
I'm sorry, can I make you a suggestion? Maybe if you speak closer to your microphone, because I'm not listening to you very well. I don't know if the other ones are facing the same experience, but sorry to interrupt you.
Oh. It's better now? It's better now?
Better.
Okay. I talk about the experience of users, no matter the age, the literacy, because if we can implement a strongly supported project with a big focus on process automation, as I spoke before, we can reduce the time spent on repetitive tasks, and it's a win. Okay, I think all the professionals, if they don't need to repeat something over and over and over, I think we are all the people on board. Okay? That's one of the factors I think is very important in a project of digital transformation. Also, if we can design and implement a project, we can maximize the employee experience and these skills. Okay? I think this is important, and every time we talk about change management, we must focus on that. I think it's the sound bites.
Okay, thanks, Fernando, for stressing the important point of always having the user in mind, because otherwise we'll not be able to overcome the natural obstacles that come from the implementation of projects related to things that are different. Okay, thanks again. My third question was that I have prepared, but it is related to something that Anna Pratt said a couple of minutes ago. And it was more focused upon how HR departments used to work. And my question was specifically, according to your experience, how digital transformation is requiring HR departments and HR professionals to change the way they approach their roles within organizations. Who wants to start commenting?
I can go.
Susanna.
Susanna, yes, I can go.
Are you a volunteer?
I'm a volunteer, yeah. So what do you think about the way that we will work in the future and the way that we will manage our teams? Of course, that this movement, this transformation digital will change that. And another thing that we will change that, it will be the remote work, of course. In our sector is not so usual, but of course in the back office functions, we could work remotely. And what we achieve and what we figure out, it is that perhaps we will need to reskill or work in other skills of our management, because they are the piece, the important main piece to maintain the teams motivated, that maintain the teams productive, that maintains the teams with the feeling of belonging. So what we are planning and what we are doing here at Lusíadas, it is to rebuild our management trainings, thinking about the different ways that now they need to face managing their own co-workers. So this is something that will affect human capital, I would say. And other thing, of course, it will be around the onboardings and the using of the more important touch points that an employee had with the company or with the hospitals, that we should go beyond the walls of our companies. So before we think that we need to do everything presential, that it's not possible to create a trust relationship without face-to-face meetings or a face-to-face consultation. And we need to understand that the future will be different from what everything that we saw until now, but perhaps we should learn with the past. The past exists, the past tells us a story, and we should learn with that. Of course, as Ana Prata said, we need to be agile, we need to do fast, and the people expect that we could move forward and faster than before. So another thing it is to think about this main touch points with the employees and try to use the new tools to approach and to grow this belonging feel to our companies. Because as Fernando said, the employee experience is, I wouldn't say that is a sound bite. I would say that it should be perhaps our concern is not a positive word, but should be in center of our projects and ways of thinking about the future. And I think if we could learn about what is expected from each person that they should know, and we could help them to achieve that skills, it will be fantastic. But I will start with the managing, and I will start with the way that is very, very different to manage people in presence or manage people that ones are in presence, others are in remote, and we need to know how to create this perhaps new culture, or a different way, couldn't be a new culture, but a different way of living our culture.
But I agree very much with what you say, because we are having now a project that we Are you listening to me?
Yes, we are. Yes.
So I heard a strange sound, not voices in my head, but a strange sound. We have a project that is RH Evolution, and it's a digital transformation process in the IT tools. And we have many meetings reflecting about the strategy that we need to use to deal with this. Of course, we want to be more efficient, more agile, more structured, more oriented to the future. But in the end of the day, we felt that our strategy, our culture, our values, and the experience that we want to give to our employees must be the goal of it. So digital transformation in HR will be a helper to do this transformation in the experience of our co-workers. And it's a tool and not it's nice to have the newbie technology in the block. It's nice, it's very nice, but it's not the end of it. We want to, it's about connection for us. And I think that Susanna is expressing the same feeling, to have a sense of belonging to a place that treat me, respect me, and have values and a purpose. And digital transformation can help us to do that. So we need, we felt sometimes during the process of diagnosis that we need to change our mindset and not to be such a owner of the process and rules, but those who can able to coach our leaders and our employees. So this can be difficult because there are a sense of losing power, and it's not about it. So we need to work in HR in that kind of issue as well. But I think it's all about this that was referred by Susanna. We need to have the technology to our service and to put our strategy and what we want from the future, helping us to do that. It's quite a different way, I think, that in the transformation digital, sometimes we are very, a view very useful from the instrument to technology, and we don't want to do that.
Annabella.
Yeah, I would like to ask Fernando, because he's always the last one, but I can.
This time I have a goal.
Okay, so I
want to ask him
another thing.
That you don't belong to an HR department.
I'm sorry, I'm very
so
sorry.
How you see?
Okay.
How you see?
I would like to start, if you don't mind, with my own experience. I've been working for Luz Saúde for more than 15 years, but this the current job that I have, or the current role, I started last March, exactly 1 week before pandemic in Portugal. So, and then I faced lots of difficulties because or let's say challenges, not difficulties. I don't know. We have 30 units all over the country until Madeira, and I don't know them. I don't know the HR responsibles in every unit. And I had a plan to visit them. It was already scheduled. And then restraints, and then we needed to, you weren't allowed to travel even in the country. So I needed to do anything, and digital tools helped me on this. We established a weekly meeting every Tuesday morning that we are still keeping that. And in the end of the year, when I asked them, we wanted to make a balance. I wanted to make a balance. What do they think about my performance? What do they think? Was I helpful or not? And the way they see this, everyone without exception. I know that it's not, maybe people will tend to say what you want to hear, and when you are their boss. But I think that I was able to establish a very direct communication and frontal, and they all told me that this was very, very important. And my our previous human resources director didn't talk with them so much as I'm doing. So this is not a benefit, but it's an opportunity. And of course, digital transformation, Teams, Zooms, wherever, were really, really helpful for us. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Fernando, my tricky question was, your background is information systems, your academic background is engineering, you have a huge amount of experience working in hospitals, taking care of the IT department, and also you worked as a professional for a long time within the sector. So you know very well the role that human resources management departments used to play within hospitals. So what is your perspective? Do you believe that it can, because other participants, they said typical, the opinion was very good. They said something like, okay, there is the digital transformation is giving us tools that help us to provide a better experience to the employees. And we know that it is very important. It is very important because typically in healthcare organizations, we say that typically employees, they identify more with their professions than with their organizations, meaning that typically human resources departments, they have an increased challenge because they need to have people that also is connect their organizations, not only their professions. And other participants said something like, it is good to have this kind of tools because they can help us in providing a better experience to professionals. And one of the consequences of that would be a better communication with them, and also perhaps they will increase the level of organizational identification, not just the professions. So taking advantage of your experience and your, let's say, external perspective, how do you believe that things can move into the future, and can be the impact of the digital transformation, how HR departments play their roles?
I think the HR area is one of the main beneficiaries of the digital transformation. Okay, if we can make some points, at some points, if we can digitalize all the information needed for HR department, I think we have a big part of the work done. In public sector, the things are not are quite different from the private in HR area. All of the ladies participating in this panel know that. I think all the rules the public sector must accomplish is quite different from the ones who can essentially in the reward. Okay. It's not easy. I think it's not easy. I'm not a HR manager, but I think it's not easy to I use the word competition. Okay, I think it's more easy to HR of the private in healthcare to contract a good professional that someone in the public sector. Okay, we are not competitors, but we are also it's not easy, I know.
Yeah, but it is, yeah, according to your view, we have to take into account the fact that we are talking about a state-owned or a private hospital, and this will make a huge difference. Okay, yeah, we understand that. Yes, we understand that perfectly. Okay, so I have another question, and the question is, some of you said in the beginning of our panel that one of the things that changed a lot was the relationship between professionals and patients, and then now different tools were implemented that helped patients and professionals and patients and organizations to communicate better in a more agile way, in a more, let's say, more available way, and so on. My question was something like this. We know that healthcare sector is characterized by high degree of interdependency between professions. We all know that because healthcare sector works under very demanding circumstances, the work is highly interdependent, meaning that we can hardly achieve a good result over a patient if people performing very different professions do not work together. On the other hand, we also know that typical healthcare organization also face a number of uncertain events. Uncertainty is a key element of all healthcare services, and also the fact that very often healthcare professionals, they have to come up with fast solutions to new events that they face. My question is the following. Within this context of high interdependency between professions, highly time constraints because you have to act, and the fact that it is unavoidable to face uncertainty when it comes to events that characterize patients, do you believe that the systems are now better because it can use new technologies, that can use they can take advantage from this so-called digital transformation in order to solve this kind of requirements. Or put it in a more simple way, digital transformation is helping professionals that perform different roles to work better together or not. Susanna.
During the pandemic, we know that a lot of uncertainty, and it is a new event. No one approached that, and the amount of information, studies, rules, laws, everything appears and change between the morning and the afternoon. So the way that we face that, to help, as you said, the different professionals that were in the front line and that need that information, because we are asking them to be focused on the treatment. We know that the treatment should be successful, and we have short time. What we've done is to put professionals trying to read, trying to study, and then put the information as a fluxogram that everyone could understand in the simple way, in an agile way, the information that they are not able to study. And of course, if you don't have that kind of digitalization around the world, you couldn't address all the information. You couldn't have all this kind of new methodologies to give the information the way that our professionals need it in the front line. Okay, it is one of our experience. And of course, when you have 20 years ago the medical records in paper, you couldn't have access what the physician said, what the nurses said, what nutrition said, and we need to put all together. Fernand should know all about this. This is helping to take care and to have better outcomes. Surely, nowadays we can't fix how we could work in that way 15 years ago. And now we could have, it's not only the way that we record the information, but is the way that we could use the information to make decisions, okay? Because it's not only data, it's the way that we use data to make decisions. And this couldn't be a focus on the healthcare professionals, but also when we are managing a hospital, it's not only important the outcome, the clinical outcomes, is important the financial outcomes, it's important the productive outcomes, it's important the outcomes coming from our clients, and we should be able to organize all this different information, okay? And it will not be easy to do it without, I would say, the transformation, the digital transformation that we are facing right now.
Okay, good, thank you. Anna Prach, what do you think?
Yes, I have the same idea because, for example, during the first wave of COVID, we need to make decisions daily, transform, adapt, change, and sometimes we decide something in that day, and the other day it's something different. And it was able to do that. It was possible to do that because we create a crisis cabinet to manage the crisis. And in that group of people, we have the members of the executive commission, who have our clinical director, our nurses, some of our nurses, the people from quality department, and people from business. And they share all the kind of information that then we can have a decision. So it was possible because we have this kind of Zoom and all these kind of things. It was possible. So they were more collaborative, and I think in this kind of moment that we are living, I think that we can say, yes, they are more collaborative, they are more interdependent, and they are talking more and helping each other more. I think we have something like that.
Yeah. Okay, Fernando.
Yes, and
what is your perspective? Are the new technologies enabling the interdependence between professions? Because we know that the problem is what happens between professions, not within professions. Between professions is a key source of inefficiency and a key source of harm on patients. We know that.
Yes, the tools are every day. There are new tools that that can help us in that problem. Okay? I think with the pandemic from last year, there are lots and lots of tools that can help things. Some of them we know they exist, but we never use it. Okay? And with the pandemic, we need to learn a new way of work, okay? And to provide the answers that our professionals and patients need to know.
Okay, thank you. Annabella, it's your turn now.
The last one.
Your question was if we agree that digital transformation is helping all workers to work together or not.
We know that healthcare is highly dependent on the degree to which different professions are able to undertake coordinated action. My question was, we know that research shows this all the time. My question was quite simple. The extent to which you have experience or you believe that digital transformation can be one of the factors that help a better interdependent work between professions.
Yes, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. And these last months, or the first wave of pandemic showed us that very clearly, because other countries like Spain or Italy were facing the pandemic first or before us. And so these tools help us to learn from their experience without having to take an airplane and going there and see for yourself. So, of course, these tools are very powerful and helping to really this working together. And imagine this: you have a patient, you have a diagnosis, and you are not sure that their diagnosis is okay. So you can send images, if your patient allows that, to a doctor in England or United States, and you share opinions. So I think that now these tools can help us locally in the same unit, in the same group that has lots of units in the country and among other countries. So I don't really imagine how it could be to go before this. I don't know. I don't really imagine that.
Okay, good. It seems that it is almost impossible to escape from the COVID-19 effects, because it's not impossible. It is good. It is good. I believe that
but
at the end of the day, it prompts a higher level of willingness to undertake changes. Crises are good because they they prompt
Yes.
a
Yes,
higher
we-
willingness to undertake changes. In this kind of crisis, they have a strong normative impact. Normative not in the sense of regulations, but normative in the sense that they rise the questions and they help us to focus our attention on what is really important.
Yeah.
And then we are willing to say, come on, everything can be changed in order to help us to solve the problems that are really important. And this is quite interesting.
Yeah, history showed us that these crisis times, like the wars, First and Second War, it's not a thing that we want to live, but since that happened, so we have lots of transformations that help future generations. That's inevitable.
Yeah, I believe that they help us to focus on what is really important.
I don't know if we are clever enough to think that very, very straightforward.
Okay. Thanks a lot for your patience in addressing the questions I asked to you. I received 3 questions from the audience. So the questions are not none of them is a question that was made to be answered by one specific participant by one of you. So I'm going to ask the 3 questions, and I'm going to wait. It's at least some of you show the willingness to give at least one answer. So I have 3. I'm going to ask the first question, which is again, it is a question that comes from the audience. What kind of support programs are being provided to frontline professionals in the current pandemic context? So I suspect that the people want examples of programs, specific support programs that are being provided to frontline professionals in the current pandemic context.
I can answer that from public perspective. SPMS, Serviços Partilhados do Ministério da Saúde, has developed some tools to minimize the problems with health records and tools to give us the information we need to better manage the crisis. Okay, that's for there are programs too, the vaccination. Okay, there are made also with or by SPMS. Internally, I think all the hospitals try to develop some small applications, small solutions to correct some problems, daily problems, okay, related to health records and the need of information to a better support decision. Okay.
I can share some examples. And I had the chance already to heard before Anabella and Susanna about these issues in other meetings, and we have some similarities. But in the first phase of COVID, the word that was leading us is protection, safety, and proximity to our employees. The sense of that you are not alone, and we are providing everything we can to in order to your protection, employees and clients, of course. And so we have several acts and some procedures and investments to do that. Of course, we help as well all the jobs that we can move toward the home. They work from home, and we have help for our IT department. It was absolutely amazing, because in a very few days they can help us to have all the equipment that we need for about 700 people in our working at home. As you know, the private sector has many doctors and other professionals that they are associates, so they don't have, if they don't work, they have no retribution. So have a program to protect these people during this month that our activity was practically inexistent. We have all we have a network to support our employees that was reinforced during this time, especially with psychological help. Some of our colleagues from these mental health departments has volunteered themselves to help, but it was not used by our colleagues. But this kind of network that we have is anonymous, so they have an increment during this time, but it's something that we have today and before COVID, and it was reinforced. We have already a program. We had already a program to help families to acquire computers for their children, because of the school from home. They need equipment, and we help them to acquire this kind of equipment. And of course, many e-learning. We create a site. We create many e-learns for protection, safety, and other kinds of facilities that we can offer our employees. And I think Luz and Lusíadas have something we have shared a lot things during the pandemic. Yeah. So I think it's quite similar.
Good. Okay, thank you. Good to know that that there were plenty of initiatives going on in order to support people facing difficult circumstances.
But I could share with all that now that we need to face the future, and everyone speaks about burnout in our front line. I wouldn't say that is only in our front line, but could be around all the professionals that works in this kind of sector and others that receive a lot of pressure during this 18 months. We create a program named Saúde em Nós that is focused on well-being. We know that, and I don't know if my colleagues have the same experience. When we try to give direct psychological support to health professionals, they are not so much supportive of that, because they are trained to treat. They are not so trained to receive support and to receive treatment. So we need to figure out a way of being more creative. And one of the experience that we had, it was moments of focus group with physicians, with nurses, with healthcare assistants. And it was a moment, in the first moment, create to understand what we could do more for them. And because sometimes we are seated in a headquarters and we think that we know what they want, and sometimes it's a surprise. We are spend a lot of our effort and we don't achieve the good the goals that we want. And it was very interesting because people during these moments, they feel trust and they feel confident. They cried, they shout, and they ask at the final of our hour, please do more of this. Because what we want is to have a secured environment to speak. Unfortunately, we know that you give us, and as Ana Prates said, Lusíadas, Luz, CUF, and other hospitals. And we know that at the public hospitals, everyone had a psychology line support, for example, but they are not prepared to use it. They need that we will knock their door and say, please, let us help you. And it was a very impactful experience that we had around these professionals. And nowadays we are trying to structure a little bit more, not to be impositive, but to be soft in the way that we will approach this kind of mental health, with the workshops, speaking about other things that are around the mental health issue, okay? Sometimes you need to go around that you could fix the real problem. And this is very, very, very true with the health care professionals.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if is there anyone who wants to share specific programs? No, good.
Okay.
Good. Okay, so I have another question that was made by the audience, and the question is quite simple. What are the main characteristics that make the healthcare sector attractive for managers?
For managers?
Oh, HR managers.
I can start with that.
HR managers and
Okay.
also other managers, because in our panel we have managers also that are not HR. So the question is, what are the main characteristics that make the healthcare sector attractive for managers, especially HR?
Okay. So I love the health sector. I think that is a sector when you can really say that you have a meaningful job. You know that you are helping people. So you don't have, not only jobs can allow you to say this. When you are questioning what you are doing with your life, what you want to do. I work here for more than 15 years, I've already told. I don't have a single day when I question myself, am I on the right sector or not? Because you always feel that you are doing something that helps people, helps society, helps, at the end of the day, the world. You are a small contribution, but you are able to do that. And the characteristics is, the first thing is that you are treating one thing that is very important for people, that is their health. And I'm talking about health sector in the perspective of treatment, our hospitals. I'm not talking about pharmaceuticals or equipments, okay? It's this specific area. And you can feel that you need to take care of people when they need the most, because they are fragile, and you can, for in our roles that I don't treat patients, but I need to give the support and the comfort for our physicians and nurses and technicians, whatever, to do that very well.
Yeah, you have to take care of those who take care.
Yeah.
Okay, Fernando.
My opinion is almost the same that Annabella, because I like to think that I am a part of the support who make the patients better livers. Okay, I like to think that I'm useful for that. So, in the past, I tried to go to another business, and I don't like it. I feel I'm not so useful that I am in the healthcare.
Yes, I think it's we feel like a purpose. We have a purpose. So, and a very nice impact, important impact in the other lives, people's lives. But it's very intense. So it's difficult to disconnect because I work in banking and insurance companies, and weekends were weekends normally. I never, it's impossible to have that because we never close the hospital. So it's every day on. And if people like challenging and diversity and new problems every day and managing with emotions, because I think that I left the world of money as banking and I went to a sector about emotions, and it's sometimes not very rational. We need to listen the others in a very profound way. Diversity in challenging. So I think we need to balance our work-life balance. And sometimes it's difficult, and we know, and we lived the last months like that. But the health sector for HR department, I think it's different. I agree with our colleague. It's different to be HR manager in the private sector than in they have all kinds, other kinds of challenge in the public sector. But here we feel that we are part of the strategy, the business strategy. We need to be with our people from the business. It's not all about rules, processes, and law, the work law. We are, in fact, people that are with our business person. Is very, very challenged, and is a sector that probably in 5-10 years will be new jobs in HR department and other departments that we don't think that is possible now. We don't think about it. So I think if they don't want to get a job with routine and every day saying the same, I think it's a nice sector to work.
Sorry. Well, Anna, as I come from the bank too, I don't know if we only love health sector because we previously worked on the bank.
But good banking or bad banking can also,
I don't know.
but can also make a huge difference in people's lives.
Oh, okay. No, but I loved my job before. Okay, I'm very enthusiastic about all I can do, but this is different, really different.
Yeah, it's
for better.
As far as I understand, it is easy for professionals to identify with a higher purpose.
Yes,
it is easy to find a path between what you do on a daily basis and the end result that is positive by itself. You don't need to explain. It's positive.
Yeah.
You are contributing to people's health, and that it is a good by itself. You don't have to explain why being healthier is better than not having health. Okay, I don't know if you
Yes.
have something to add because I have
May I-
have the last question. Okay.
May I say something? Sorry.
Of course.
Someone
Sorry, I'm
nothing.
trying to keep track on time.
Someone asked me this last week, I think, if you could change the name of your function from human resources, human capital, what would
People and culture.
what would like? And I said inspiring. And I'm sharing with you because what Anna and Annabella said, because this is a sector, as Anna said in the first of our meeting, that we work for people and further with people. So if you want to grow in a career of people, human resources, human capital, inspiring people, I think this is the right sector to work. And the diversity, the complexity, the passion that we create when we work here, because you could say, oh, you work long hours, the hospitals are open 24 hours, yes, but the passion of working and doing something that is very, very impactful,
Yeah.
It is whole.
Yeah, it can instill meaning in what you do on a daily basis. Okay, I just have the last question. Aristide, I'm planning to finish at 3:30 as you asked. And the last question that comes from the audience, it is a general one. It's a very broad. So if you want to give your opinion, you can feel free to do it for sure. And the question is, what are the main HR challenges in your sector? It is very broad. What are the main HR challenges in your sector? If you want, you can focus on one specific challenge. For instance, healthcare sector is known by the fact that there is a typical professional shortage. There is the number of professions not always it is low, or you can choose
Okay.
one specific
I can
trend or one specific trend that really challenge your role as HR professional.
Maybe what I'm going to say is not that wide as the question is, but two challenges that we are facing since last year: lack of nurses and the difficulty to assure that people that need to work to allow the hospital working 24 hours a day, the whole here is because they don't want to work at night, they don't want to work during weekends, they now attribute more value to their personal times with their families. And so this is very, very difficult and very challenging for the human resources departments. When we hire them, they know that they will have to work in these conditions. But 6 months later, they came with, there are rights that the law conceive them, but it's on the other end, people get sick every day at every hour. So what can you do? How can you solve this problem?
Okay. More views on key challenges.
I can share some concerns that we have already. For example, we are dealing with this digital transformation, and perhaps one of the challenge that we have is to upskilling the competencies in technology to enable our nurses, everyone to be more intensive and efficient literacy in technology, to be able to be agile, as we talked before. This is one of our concerns. Another one is how to accompany the trends, new trends, the future, to see the future and anticipate our challenges. Because, for example, if we all of us are doing this digital transformation, and if we don't have managers with digital competencies and knowledge about some of competencies that today is more than less in IT department, it's quite, it's not very balanced. So we need to put in management people like biomedical engineers, for example. They have a very nice technology competency, medical one and management one, so they can be balanced, this kind of two worlds, and be able, all organization, to be good deal with this kind of transformation. So how can we anticipate? We need to be very attentive, very focused in the trends, in the outside of our world, and try to see all that changes, what benchmark, talking with Susanna and Annabella, and try to have some forum to share knowledge and share the challenges. So I think we need to be strategic in our view, in our action.
Okay.
I would only share. Sorry, go ahead, Fernando.
The big challenge for us in IT at the moment, it's the need to maintain all the things we have done so far related to COVID, and wait the numbers not explode again. Okay. It's really the big challenge. Try to maintain the things lower than the number of cases today. I don't know if you I've seen that, but there are very high again, which means one of these days we are again making another service from COVID-related patients, something that the public sector must deal with more than the private sector. Okay, the private hospitals, there are not so COVID affected. Okay.
Okay, Susanna.
Yes.
The big challenge.
The big challenge, I would say that having different ages, different backgrounds, different literacy, different aspirations, different ways of seeing the world and their missions, how can we bring everyone together to a same vision and mission? So imagine that, and we done that some workshops when we bring physicians, nurses, healthcare assistants, receptionists to the same moment, and they should discuss together an approach and a message that of course the company wants them to be a shared consciousness. So it is the major, I would say, a little bit aspirational, but our main challenge today.
Yeah, good. Yeah, it is a good challenge. It is a good challenge. Okay, Aristide, I don't know if we are 3 minutes late.
No problem. The discussion was so interesting that
it's time for us.
no problem with 5 minutes late.
It's time for us to finish our job. It was a very interesting panel. Differences are very clear, not only when it comes to the background and current role that is played by participants, but also the difference between perspectives on public and private hospitals when it comes to manage people, but also when it comes to the nowadays pandemic issue in which the public hospitals are required to have a more central role, thus require more flexibility and massive reaffection of people and so on. And it was also very interesting to notice that that digital transformation is something that it is already completely incorporated into people's minds. I'm not talking about Fernando Mel because it is its job, but others. Everyone has in the agenda of individual agenda and also the agenda that they have to the departments to somehow use the benefits or attempting to take advantage from the benefits that comes from the digital transformation in order to be more efficient, as Fernando said, or more agile, as Anna said. Even though if we notice that we need training, or perhaps you face difficulties. And good, at the end of the day, I'm really glad for having the opportunity to host this panel. And I believe it was a very fruitful conversation. And I don't know if Aristides want to say something for me.
I agree with you. It was a very interesting conversation. So I just would like to thank everybody for being here, for your contribution to the conference, and also you, Francisco, for your moderation. And please stay tuned. We will be back at 4 p.m. With another conference. Now with the different sector, not the health sector, but the retail sector. So see you soon at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
It was very good.
Bye.
Hello again. So I'm here to present the panel number four, with the title "Retail Enhancing the Omnichannel Strategy." This panel will be coordinated by my colleague Sandra Costa, and we will have as speakers Elsa Diniz, who is the Senior Project Manager at Jerónimo Martins, Rita Mingatos, who is a HR Recruitment and Development at FNAC, João Antunes, Head of Talent Acquisition at Inditex, and finally, Inês Vieira, who is a Senior International Talent Acquisition at La Redu Portugal. So, Sandra Costa, you can start your coordination. Thank you all for your presence.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, let me start by thanking for the invitation to serve as a moderator in this relevant conference, which will cover HR digital transformation. In this particular case, we will discuss this in the sector of retail. So we know so far from this conference that digital transformation has changed the way one conducts business and how organizations manage individuals and their people. So retail sector is no exception, of course, and it has been continually affected by these transformations and contribute significantly and sometimes drastically to the competitive advantages of the organizations and how they face different challenges. So this panel will cover HR digital transformation in retail companies, as my colleague Iscte already briefly introduced the companies and the professionals involved. And we will cover main topics such as what were the strategies that were implemented in those organizations, how COVID changed those strategies, and how they expect those digital transformations to unfold over time. So to share this experience and their opinions, we have this amazing and outstanding panel with us today. So let's start, and I will kick in by asking the participants to introduce themselves and describe what were the initiatives that their companies had in place before COVID. So basically, what was digital transformation before being so present as it is today? And then we will go back there and discuss how COVID made some changes in these in their strategies. Okay, who would like to start?
I can start. Okay, so first of all, I want to say thank you for this invitation. It's always a pleasure and an honor to be here in this kind of events, especially when we are talking about this Iscte, which is the university where I was graduated in 2010. So it's always a pleasure to come back to this big house and always a honor. So about me, currently I'm working at La Redoute as a senior international talent acquisition. Basically, I'm responsible for the recruitments, not just in Portugal, but also in our other subsidiaries like Spain, UK, Belgium, Switzerland, Russia, and also now recently, I'm responsible about recruitments in our international team, also in France. So basically, all about my mission is about headhunting, do interviews to select the best candidates for the best places. I mean, to find the best match for our needs. So about your question, when you talk about La Redoute, we can set two perspectives, the business perspective and the HR perspective. I think for this discussion, the HR perspective, it's much more interesting, but just a quick overview about the part of the business. So as I think most part of you knows, La Redoute is a pure e-commerce player. So about the digital transformation has already started in 2008, and it was completely implemented around 2014 and 2015. So basically for us, digital transformation, it was not just about the COVID or as a consequence of the COVID. So it was something that started some years ago. Of course, now with all this pandemic situation, and in the last year, there are a lot of transformations that arise from this, especially when you talk about HR. So as well, almost every company 1 year ago, with the first wave of COVID, we went, we started our home office mode. Before that, we had already some employees that were used to work from home, but of course with the COVID it was mandatory. So in March, everybody went home, started working from home. So it was, as from everybody, our new reality. So about the adaptations that need to be done about the HR transformation, I can say first of all about the recruitment. That's the field that I am responsible for. It was something that gained with efficiency. So about recruitment, I can say that from my point of view, recruitment is much more efficient now than before the COVID, because we have our recruitments are 100% digital. So before this situation, we used to do some online interviews. It was something that we were used to do, but now our process are 100% virtual online. And I feel that I don't lose efficiency when I recruit people. Of course, if you ask me if it's the same thing to see someone face to face, it's not completely the same. It's not. But in terms of success, I feel we don't lose efficiency. I must say that, for example, if I need to contact today a candidate to schedule a meeting for tomorrow, I call him and probably he will be available. It doesn't need to come, for example, from Lisbon to Leiria. For who doesn't know, we are based at Leiria. So, well, with this new reality, everyone can work from anywhere to everywhere. So in terms of recruitment, I feel that there is a gain of efficiency. Of course, that is my personal experience. About the onboarding, I must say that it's the field that I think where we can lose, we don't have so much efficiency because we don't have any specific online program. Basically, what we do for the newcomers, for the new employees, our policy is that when it's possible, of course, the newcomers spend around 1, 2, or 3 weeks at the office, because we think it's quite important to keep to be present at the office, to feel the employees, to know the office. So it's something that we try to keep. Of course, there are a lot of adaptations that we need to do, because it's impossible to keep the same process when we onboard a newcomer. But to be honest, as an HR professional, I think that onboarding in our case was the most affected area in HR with all this pandemic situation. And because I feel it's not something that we can become totally virtual. We can, of course. I know there are a lot of companies that has virtual programs, software, specific softwares to integrate people for the onboarding process. But I feel it's not exactly the same. The solution, I don't know what is the solution. I don't believe in an only answer for this. I think probably the future will be like something, an hybrid mode. Not just when we talk about work from home and work from the office, but also when we are talking about onboarding. So just to share with you that about the HR transformation that we felt about onboarding, probably it was the area in HR where I feel it's not completely the same that when we are face to face with someone at the office. So this is just a brief, well, overview about my experience at La Redoute. Well, and I don't know if some of the colleagues want to move on.
Well, if I can, Sandra. So well done, Inês. It's a really good experience and a big overview of your business. We are a little bit different, of course. In Inditex, we have 9 brands in all over the world. In Portugal, we have almost 5,000 employees in our stores, 330 stores open. So it was a big challenge to face then the COVID and the digital transformation, of course. But a little bit about me, briefly. I have almost 20 years of HR experience. I started as a junior HR manager in Zara. Then I had the opportunity to work with other brands, Pull&Bear. And inside of Pull&Bear, I have the opportunity to work as a HR manager, as a HR training for Europe, and as a HR international for Israel. In last, and it was an amazing experience. In last 3 years, I was invited to start a project, a talent project. We started to, our mission is to find talent for our stores, to support our stores, because we can do it in the other way. So sometimes for us, it's very important, not only the customer experience when our customer go to the store, but since from the first second, the candidate experience too. So we started with 2 talent centers in Lisbon and Oporto, and then we start to recruit for all stores from headquarters. It was amazing, the beginning. We, in our headquarters in Lisbon and Oporto, we receive almost 50 people per day. So we have a big contact with our brands, with our culture, and then COVID. Okay, we need to stop everything. The stores are all closed, so it was a really big challenge. But it was amazing because we had the opportunity to learn a lot about this. Of course, we already in Inditex, we already had the digital transformation ongoing. About the onboarding, the recruitment process, we need to change because, as Inês said, we can't, during the COVID, make all the process in a presential way. So we start doing digital. It's not the same, and for me, I work in HR almost 20 years, is totally different because we can, it's different to transmit our culture, our DNA to the newcomers, and it was a big challenge. So, but we started, of course, and we start to make all the interviews for our stores in a digital way, with all the interviews dynamics, the group dynamics. Of course, we have a lot of dynamics more oriented for fashion, for managing, for the head office. So it was a very a good experience for us because we need to adapt to all of these. About our candidate experience, of course, we already had projects in this. We have an internal communication we call the INET. We already, in the last 3-4 years, we already communicate with our employees about this channel, or in this channel, they can access to all the information about well-being, about internal promotion, about fashion, about all the training they can have. So this is a project, it is ongoing, and for us, with the COVID, it's not so difficult to implement that because we already started in a few years. Of course, our public is really young people, young talent, and they always are looking for the phone. They are always communicate in the phone. So we need to adapt and start to communicate with them by our phone, by our iNet and by our channels. So it was really amazing. And the last 2 years, we start a project is in stories. It's like a Instagram inside of Inditex. And it was amazing too, because they participate a lot, and we can talk with them, and they can explain when they are home with COVID, what they are doing with their families. It was possible for us to communicate with them because they are used to in these channels, the digital channels. So, but still, now we open the stores again, not now, but in the past months, and again, digital transformation always on the table. And I thinking like Inez, efficiency, yes, it was really good for us because my team could do interviews from every side of the country in an hour, in the next day. It was really amazing. But for us, it's very important to understand if they can adapt to all our culture, because it's very, our internal promotion still very important. And for us, it's the main focus is the candidate experience. Since the first second they have the contact with us, should be very good and very pleasure for them, because of course they 90% of them, they are our customers too in the stores. So when we attract this kind of young people, for us it's very important to give them a good experience too. So it was a big challenge in these days. Sandra, I think I can, yes.
Or Elsa, can you go next?
Yes. Hello all. So first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to come back to this school, always with this dynamics and innovative perspective of doing things. It's different. It's a virtual conference, but it's also very interesting, I think. So a little bit about myself. I have been a consultant for almost 20 years. I've passed through schools of consultancy like PwC or Mercer. And in the last 2 years, I've decided to turn around to a final client. So as we say, we changed from consultancy to an organization. And I entered the Jerónimo Martins group in 2 years ago with a very focused goal. I am helping the implementation of sub-success factors in Jerónimo Martins with a global perspective. So as you all know, I think we are 3 countries, Poland, Portugal, and Colombia. And we are almost 120,000 employees in the 3 countries. So we are now a big group, and we are mainly operations. So people selling grocery to clients. So when I entered Jerónimo Martins, COVID still was not present. It was June 19, and we were already transforming in digital. So as answering your question, Sandra, we were working in very simple things that could bring us efficiency in terms of the operation. And again, as Inês said, we should divide this in the business and in HR. In the business, as you all know, we have a good example. We launched in 2019 the lab store of Pingo Doce at Nova School of Business and Economics is a good example of the business. I'm going to speak mainly about HR, but this is a good example of the business. In terms of HR, we already have a recruitment ATS that it's very efficient and productive because we massively recruit every month. So numbers before the pandemics, during 2019, we recruited around 2,500 to 3,000 people a month in Portugal, and in Poland that is 30,000 people, sorry. So it's very different. We have a huge operation. So we have a recruitment ATS. We already had, for example, in Portugal in 2019, the digital signature of contracts in operations. People go to the store and work and they digitally sign their contracts. It's a good example also. What was really transformational for us before the pandemics is the implementation of sub-success factors. We had other systems to manage HR, but we decided strategically that we should have a common one for the three countries and the ones that come for the future. And we decided to do it globally. So this was I would say the highest strategic decision, and sub-success factors has been in our mindset since 2018, 19. We were preparing everything, and the project started during the pandemics. So it was very interesting also because we had planned a project where we were going to be walking through Portugal, Poland, and Colombia, and now the project was all online. So it was one of the major transformations, I would say. As you all know, our stores did not close during the pandemics. So in the three countries, all of our stores maintain open. So we had to reinvent ourselves. If I could say what's different from the before the pandemics and after the pandemics, or during this moment we are still living in the pandemics, I would say that the biggest adaptation we made in HR was the way we communicate with our employees. And it's true that we already communicated in digital means. For example, Colombia has a radio station, Poland has a TV station inside the stores, and to communicate with employees, we reinforced all these type of methods, and we reinvented ourselves in the operations. So the operations did not went home, headquarters went home. We have to communicate better. It was one of the things. A good example for Portugal, we have a very known magazine for all the collaborators, the employees from Jerónimo Martins in Portugal, which is called Nova Gente. A Nossa Gente, sorry. And this magazine was always in paper until a year ago. So we started doing it digitally, and now it's reaching everyone digitally. So also a good example. And I think that the biggest value added of this moment is that operations needed to reinvent themselves and to be more innovative. I didn't feel different for my specific work and for my specific role in HR. I didn't feel any difference because I was going to implement a digital project, which is sub-success factors. I was going to work on a digital mindset. What I think was really, really different is that we had to implement all the project online. That has good challenges and good constraints also, but it was very interesting. We all grew a lot, we all developed a lot, and we all reinvented ourselves in terms of innovative ways of communicating. João and Inês already spoke about some things that I think is also common for us, like a better onboarding, maybe a different recruitment. I would maybe say that the biggest point for us is how to clearly have a better communication with the employees, which is also more efficient and more straight to the point. So I think it would be the main thing I would register. And maybe I'll go now and pass to Rita.
Thank you, Helson. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Hall, for assisting. First of all, thank you, Iscte, for the invitation to this event. It's a great pleasure to be here with these colleagues of this panel and share some experience and learn from you. In my case, I have been working at FNAC for almost 5 years. And I'm currently responsible for the areas of talent acquisition, talent development, performance and talent management, and also internal communication. Concerning this question about digital transformation, I agree. I think for us, before pandemic, it is necessary to divide in business and people management in HR processes. So for FNAC Business, it's important to say that we have a omni-channel business model. It means the online and stores experience complements each other. So this multiplies interactions, the number of customer journeys, and makes the business more complex and demanding. So we in the last years, with the increase of online, we have some examples of business projects like apps for client, like FNAC Card app, smart lockers, automatic pay machines, handbaway payments on the website, georeferencing, and so on. So digital transformation is more felt actually in the business area. Of course, people management in HR area, we follow the business in the last years, and I felt more in the talent acquisition area in the last years. We had recruitment of some profiles like digital marketing, content managers, testers, programmers, project managers, and so on. So the talent acquisition in these areas, of course, increased, but also in training programs to follow the business, like, for example, project management programs, because we have a lot of projects and for us. And because of this particularity of omni-channel business model, we have also the need of optimization processes and procedures. So is a pain point, and we have a lot of programs and channels to provide access to employees to our processes and procedures. And of course, in the last years, we had to adapt some teams for omni-channel needs. For example, we create a customer care team that follow all the customer journey through chat, email, and phone. So these are some examples of projects and channels. Intranet, you already spoke about this, but I think in HR area, pandemic boosted our process a lot.
Thank you very much for your introductions. It's very good to have this common ground in the sector, and it's quite insightful to understand that you all can see that recruitment were more efficiently, and the pandemic really boost the way we organizations use technologies. However, there are a lot of other challenges. So I would like to go there and explore a little bit. So Inês started to talk about the onboarding, which was something that it's a really big challenge in terms of how can we make newcomers feel like this organization is their home. And then you also refer communication. So the role of the communication, how to use the proper channels to really solve this. And what I think our audience would like to know is, in terms of specific strategies, what each one of these organizations did to make employees, newcomers, feel like this is the right company for you. Because if we talk about acquiring talent, we don't want just one employee. We want someone that wears our shirt and trusts us and can really be an advocate of the brand. So Inês, would you like to start?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Yes? Okay, sorry. Okay, so, well, about La Redoute, in terms of employee experience, well, to be honest, we are now moving on a new direction. We are improving our process. We recently implemented an ATS that we didn't have, unfortunately. Now we have it. And going through your question about the newcomers, well, it's something, it's an ongoing process, to be honest. We don't have anything completely closed or defined. We don't have a closed strategy, to be honest, because we all are learning with this situation. So we are trying to see what is the best approach for this. But as I was saying before, when we have a newcomer, we try, we make all the efforts so that the employee can pass around 1, 2, or 3 weeks at the office. For us, it's important so that they can have, like, well, a small contact, so the contact that is possible in this new reality with the office, to show the office, because it's important in terms of commitment, and I think in terms of engagement to say, okay, you are part of the team. Of course, well, if we are in a completely lockdown, it's not possible, as we know, but every time that it's possible, we try to implement a strategy like face-to-face to do the onboarding at office, because we really think that it's important. It's important for us to sell the company, to say, okay, you are in the right company, this is how we work. So, to be honest, in terms of La Redoute, we are still working on a process. It's an ongoing process. We don't have a closed strategy. We are, well, just trying to see what is, in fact, best approach. Well, I think everybody is a little bit learning with all this situation. So, to be honest, I don't believe in a magic solution for this. I don't believe in magic solutions. So I think also this kind of events are also very important, because we can share, we can learn from each other, different kind of approaches, different kind of strategies. So just to say about us, this is just a process ongoing, but I feel probably, well, we can think in a hybrid mode when we talk about onboarding. Well, but I know that it's not always possible considering all the restrictions and so on. Because I don't know if someone has a better idea or a more structured solution for this. I would like to hear from you.
Yeah, let's try to discover that as well.
Yes, so yes, it's true. It's a challenge, the onboarding for newcomers. As I spoke, we already have a program. The name is Hello Program. They receive the newcomers. We have a huge ATS too, inditexcareers.com, so we receive all the candidates in our website, and then I have a team who manage all the candidates and manage all the information with them. And then when they are selected, we invite them to go to the store and of course, 99% of our recruitment is for the operations, for the store, not so big as Elsa spoke, but in 2019, we recruit only for Lisbon and Porto, almost 3,000 people for our stores, because we have lots of peak periods of, you already know, the sales and of course the Christmas and that kind of small contracts, and there are a big peak periods for us. But we are changing the onboarding of newcomers because they communicate in a different way, as I spoke before, because for them all is digital. They can achieve everything in a click distance. So for us it was really a challenge, and we create a new program, the Hello program, and they have like a sponsor in the store, and will help them to follow all the steps in the first week, in the second week, and then they can with their phones they can achieve all the goals. And of course the onboarding is more digital and the communication is more clear, and it's not so heavy with informs and as we do it in the past. So for now it's helping us to communicate with this generation because they are totally digital, and they manage the training. So this week I want to know this department, and okay, and when they finish, when they have the meetings in the store, they can make a check, and it is really good because they want to know more. They always want to learn, and the results are really good. Of course, in the operations, a big operation like our operation in the stores, the manager and the store director is always very important to make the follow-up and make to give them a message that is very important for them to full all it's very important for them to understand the newcomers. They need to go step by step, but in a digital way. So it helps us a lot in that kind of onboarding for the newcomers. But still a challenge. Still, we need to improve a lot of things too, because we are talking about young people, and they don't ask jobs for life now. They ask jobs for now. But okay, we have a career path, so we can grow here in this area, in this area. Now, for me, the important is now. In the next year, I don't know. In the next month, I don't know. So it's really a big challenge. I don't know if for the other companies is a challenge too.
Yes, I would say I'm totally agreeing with you, João, and also with Inês. I think that the onboarding should be our lab for testing what are we going to do in terms of hybrid work, because we are not going to be only in the office or only online. We will have it mixed, hybrid. And so I think that the onboardings are the laboratories for us to choose how could we make it. Thus saying, I also believe that onboarding has a very specific role in the integration in the culture of a company. And when it comes to culture, it's easier to do it physically present than online. So our onboarding did not change a lot for the operations. So for the operations, people are still received in stores. They are still received in a place where they receive their equipment, a central place for a region where they receive their equipment, where they hear the first things about the business. But of course, we also mixed things. So we are also using online academies, online tools to provide people with the contacts and insights that normally we would provide in presence. And saying this, it's not the same presenting the warehouses or our meal solutions factory in presence or online. So we have to reinvent ourselves. I do believe we will have a mixed model for the future. Maybe we will have part of the onboarding with online content and part of it in presence. And as Inez was saying, we still don't have anything very defined. We are testing and trying because that's the result of a moment where we don't have all certainties. We just need to test and try and see what's the best thing. Not only, as João was saying, because of the population and the people we recruit that is very different, but also because we are in a very specific and different situation. So I was thinking about that because my onboarding was 2 years ago, still very fresh in my head. And for example, I loved to go to the warehouses, to go to the meals factory. I loved to be in the bakery factory where I saw how our bakery pastas are made and how are they developed by our employees. And now presenting that in a video is easy, but it's not the same thing as seeing, smelling, being. So I think we should have an hybrid model. If it's perfect, I don't know. We are testing. If it's the best one, also testing. So I think that it's a very good moment for us to reinvent ourselves and do different things. In terms of the headquarters, which was the onboarding that changed more, the headquarters or the centralized structures, people that work in offices. In that point, what we did it mainly online. But as Inez was saying, we also go to the office. So I onboarded someone in the last 15 days. And so this week I'm going between office and house in a rotative way in order to onboard better my new employee. So it's the same, I think, for everyone. When we onboard people in a mixed model, because going to the office is important, not only to see the faces and be empathetically in presence, but also to deal with all the bureaucratic things that we cannot deal when we are outside the office, because I don't receive a computer by email. I receive a computer physically. So this is what we are doing, I think. I don't know, Rita, have you anything different?
I'm hearing you, and in our case, we doesn't feel a huge difference in onboarding process, because in stores, when opened, so it's the same process, and in headquarters, in a remote work context, we have to adapt our methodology using collaborative tools, but it's just a transition or an adaptation, and not a huge difference of process. So in our case, of course, recruitment and onboarding were also impacted by pandemic because of this transition, but we felt more in internal communication and also in training. Training is a good area, and also communication, of course, but in training, we in HR process, it was always a challenging area in retail, because in stores, operational areas don't have or don't have access to a personal computer, and we had the geographical dispersion. It always is a pain point, and with the pandemic and the digitalization and collaborative tools, we have good examples of training, like a leadership academy that we launched during the pandemic, that we redesigned because it was already a project, but we redesigned it to launch 100% online. It works. We are having a good feedback for participants, and it facilitated a lot the logistical and this thing of geographical dispersion. So it gave us confidence to design another programs and another projects 100% online or hybrid, like Elsa said. And internal communication, of course, in our case, in first lockdown, our employees went at home. We closed our stores. And we already communicated a lot, but we have to design and create a strategy to communicate and keep everyone connected. So we increase a lot our initiatives of internal communication, digital, of course.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. So far we covered recruitment, onboarding, communication, and some training, most focus on newcomers. But when we think about digital transformation, we also have to consider that we have employees that work with or started work without so many ways, so many digital ways. So, and they need special attention. So to become or somehow be reskilled, or some of the jobs maybe become obsolete. So we have here some challenges for organizations in all sectors, but I guess in retail, it's even more important if we think about automation and how, for instance, you may have drones to make deliveries. You can make automated checkout in stores. You can have robots in stores and chatting online with the customers. So how do employees feel these digital transformations, and what is your role in trying to overcome this huge challenge for them? Who would like to go first?
Well, I can start. Okay, so about La Redoute, as I previously said, the digital transformation in terms of business had already started some years ago in 2008. So it's not something new, but as far as I know, there were some difficulties in the past because, of course, some people doesn't accept the change. It's something normal from the human being, and of course, with the digital transformation in the business, of course, a lot of missions are going to disappear or disappear, and there are going to appear another ones, like for example, about online digital traffic. So everything related with online is growing up. So I think, okay, there are some missions that are going to disappear. It's the normal, it's the evolution of the society of life, but there are a lot of missions that are going to appear, considering all this online transformation and regarding all the needs that arise from this new reality. What I really think that it's important in terms of changing is to explain people why it's important to change, to prepare people, to listen people, to explain the benefits, because I think the biggest benefit from, well, digital transformation, it's to do more, not just for people, but do more about the business and of course for the society. So I think it's important to explain to the employees what are the benefits of this. Of course, it's not simple because some people don't want to change, and this problem will always be present wherever is the transformation. But in terms of HR, I think it's important to be aware about this new reality and to be prepared to prepare people and to accept that every human being is different. So we need to deal with different personalities, different perspectives. So I think it's always a process ongoing. This is my perspective, my point of view.
Yes, I agree with Inês too. In Inditex, we also have some issues about that, but we have a strong omni-channel. We have the SINT is our integrated stock. We can manage our stock by RFID in our stores. It was amazing, the results of this. We improve a lot our sales. We have the iPod sales too. So what we are doing, we are upskilling our employees to give them the opportunity to understand why they can or where they can improve, because of course our main goal is to support our customer service in our stores, and if they have more alternatives to give them a better service, we will help them and they learn a lot of different things. So it's very important for them to understand the meaning of the digital disposals we have in the stores. So for us, the online, we have a big huge amount of sales online. With the COVID, it's normal because we improve a lot on that, but our stores still very important for us. And of course, upskilling our employees to manage with these digital garments will be very important for them, because at the end, the result, they will improve sales, they will learn more about digital, and the result is always better. Of course, some people don't want, some people don't understand why, but we always try to do the upskilling for them to end up with many programs we have on academies too, online, and the results usually are good because we are dealing with young people in our stores, and they usually want to learn more of this kind of areas. So I don't know if you agree, Elsa.
Yes, I think I was here thinking about what you were saying. It's true that we are going to transform a lot our employee base. I believe so, but it's not our employee base, it's ourselves, because digital was in our lives before. So we already delivered our taxes online. People use social networks, and also the ones that are older use them. So I think that's not a problem per se. It's only, I would say, we have to take the fear out of the situation. So Sandra was asking, how do people deal with the fact that some things will be automated or digital checkouts and all that? I think we all live it. So I do it when I go to a store, if possible, and we already had self-checkouts, so it's not new. If a robot will be able to, I don't know, to maybe replace an employee in the warehouse, I don't believe so, because they are also needed in the warehouses. Okay, a robot can do something that's difficult for us, which is filter boxes or filter packages in less minutes than we can. But that means that I can do other things. So I think that everything here should be directed to how can I reskill. And I believe in reskilling. I believe that in the 20 years or 22 years of career I have always reskilled myself as much as possible. And I think that I try always to pass this message. And one of the things I did to prepare myself for the implementation of SAP SuccessFactors was I went to some stores as a client or as a colleague, but undercover, not as Elsa, as normal Elsa, not as employee, to understand how do people use digital in their day-to-day work, and to see how can I then use that in my favor. And it's true that in stores that don't have self-checkout, digital is not very present. But for example, some of the stores use the social networks to celebrate things. So if they use it to celebrate things, they can also use it to go to SAP SuccessFactors in some way. So we just have to take the fear out of the question. I don't agree with this discussion that we will not need humans because everything will be automated. I don't agree it because I think there's not an automation that can work without a human. So then I do this exercise of reflecting that and thinking that I can automate the most administrative or the most less efficient tasks, but I need to reskill everyone and learn new things. And there's something that I agree with Inês, change is hard, but I think that we have to have the correct value added for the change. So if I'm going to learn something, maybe that's a good value added for the change, or not. Then I will have to find others. That means we have to be creative again. So I think we all have lots of good things to do. I think for João it's easier because he has a younger population. For us, for example, in stores we have the 5 generations. In Jerónimo Martins we have the 5 generations, and of course for the most senior generations, I would not say it's difficult, but I would say the reskilling is more important, and I have to bet on it. I have to take care of these people also because they are the knowledge packages we need to learn how to do something even with automation because they knew how to do it manually. So I need to take care of them for that. Rita, I don't know if you have that point also in FNAC.
Yes, I agree 100% with you, Elsa. I think the word for the next years is reskilling on retail. In our specific case with omni-channel business and with our reality, we have to broad range of generations, and our strategy is retail that is digital and human. So for us, it's very important to take advantage of expertise of our employees because it's very valuable. So the one of our concerns is how to reskill. It's not the automation, the robots, how to reskill these people. And of course, I think there are some roles we will not keep in the future, maybe, but will emerge another roles, another skills, and another challenge. So I don't believe in automation and not need employees and people, because I think the perspective is transition and transformation, and how to do that.
Yeah, thank you. I think you covered a lot of relevant points here in terms, of course, no one expects that robots will come over and take the retail sector or anything else. The idea here is to work together. So they can do, as Elsa said, the most inefficient and boring tasks, leaving us to work in more interesting and strategic points. So it's relevant that we can look into the employees and see their knowledge, how they can share it, and how can we use them to take advantage of their best potential. Now we have looked into the past, into the initiatives, in how they change with COVID. So we look into the present. Now I want to hear your views on the future. So what do you expect that would be the major challenge that your organization will face in the next 5 years?
Well, I can start again. From my point of view, one of the biggest challenge is to keep people motivated and to keep the social relations, because I believe in the future that we are going to move in a hybrid mode. Some days at the office, some days in a home office mode. And even if, well, from our point of view, from our experience in terms of productivity, we don't have any problems. I think in the future we can have some problems regarding the social part, because the human, well, it's, as some author said, a biopsycho social being. So the social part, it's quite important. So I think in the future we need to find strategies to keep people motivated so that they can feel the spirit of the company, to schedule some regular meetings. I don't know, because as I said, well, I feel that we are all of us are learning with this new situation, and we are building our new strategy regarding this new reality, whatever it is, this new reality. But so I believe that in terms of communication, it will be a challenge, because and I'm thinking about some specific profiles that we have at La Redoute. Some people doesn't know it and knows La Redoute just because of the commercial part. But for example, in Leiria, where we are based, we have an IT center with more than 100%, more than 100 professionals working in IT, and I feel that they are different profiles, and I think we need to keep in mind that each kind of profile has a different mindset, and so we need to adapt. Sometimes, to be honest, I feel that some people are not very well with the situation because they don't see the colleagues for 1 year, and I think in the future this can bring some consequences. So I feel that the biggest challenge in the future is to how are we going to keep people motivated, engaged, committed about everything, you know, because okay, we are at home, we work, we perform our tasks, everything is okay, but what about the social part? What about engagement, about the commitment with the organizations? Well, I think there is a long path about this, and of course everybody is learning, we are improving our process, but I really feel, well, big challenges are coming for organizations, especially for HR departments. As I said before, I don't believe in magical solutions, but I really think that we should discuss this kind of thematics, like in these online events, like with other professionals, medical health, because I don't know what is going to be the future in terms of work. We don't know if we are going to have another pandemic. We don't know almost anything about COVID-19. We think you know, but to be honest, I don't believe that we know everything about this. So, well, everything is changing. What is true this week is not anymore true the next week. So, well, I think in terms of HR, there are a lot of big challenge that are coming, and of course this kind of discussions with the professionals from different countries are, well, in fact, really important to share our different points of view and try to find a good strategy for everyone, because in fact, well, I think the future can be something really strange. I hope not, but there is a strong possibility that the future will be something strange, but let's see the next times. So I don't have, again, a specific answer to you. This is my point of view. This is my concern. So I would like to hear from the other colleagues your opinions.
Well, me neither, Inês. Yes, the future is, who knows the future? I don't want to think we will have a COVID-24, so it's enough for us. But yes, I agree. We don't know. We need to react. We need to adapt. For us, we are a little bit different because our operation is really big. So we have the headquarters in Spain, but we have a central service here in Lisbon who support all the operations. So for sure, we'll be a little bit of hybrid way to work in the office, but still we have a lot of people who visit the stores, who support the teams, the area managers, the commercial managers. So many people still visit our teams in the store, still support them. And of course, the communication, as you said, will be very, very important because they will need more support more than ever. Because of all of these situations, we need to support them to give them the opportunity to can have a good work and in safety. We are talking here about the daily basis things like safety. For them, it's very important. Of course, we can present them with all the safety they should have when they are contact all the clients and all the teams in the stores. So the communication will be very important. Again, is one of the main issues in the human resources, because sometimes when we can reach that good level of communication, the problems start getting big. So it's for me in the future. Traditionally, the Spanish culture don't have that kind of home office, because I think will be the same in the other brands here, like Jeronim, maybe, I don't know, or Fnac too. But it's different for us because we need to support, and it's traditional to support, and it is in our DNA to support our teams, to visit the stores, to understand what the client said to our teams. So we have a strong commercial team who visit the stores too, and we need to support them in the back office. So I think the future will be not so different. Of course, if we have a COVID-24 or 39, for sure we need to adapt again. But of course, Inditex had a huge amount of sales on online sales in the past years, but this is already implemented in the last years. So, but for us, the operation still very important, and of course, not will be many big changes in our business for us. I don't know, Elsa, if you want to.
Thank you, João. Yes, I do agree that the one thing that for me is very clear is that the stores are very important in people's life, be it a fashion store, a grocery store, what type of store, also a digital store like Fnac, or it's important. And if it's true that we have to adapt the business to the client's needs, and if it's true that we were pursuing an omni-channel strategy for clients, I think that the biggest transformation we will have is that we need to also reflect the omni-channel strategy in HR. So when I think about my clients and I think about how to serve best the clients with the store, with the digital channel, with a contact center, answering questions, with a good logistics and packaging support, I also need to think about how can I transform and quickly make my population of employees as agile as the business should be. And what I think that COVID brought was this opportunity. It brought us the opportunity to transform HR in an agile, fast way to respond to business needs. And it brought us something that it was the discomfort of the situation that obliged us to be prepared to serve the operation. And so in a moment we were serving all operations. Yes, I think João feels the same. We
Yes,
still have area
Elsa.
manager.
Sorry, doctor, everything we are in HR. in nowadays, we are a lot of things.
Yes, that's the point. We are HR. I think that the biggest transformation I can see is this one, is as we are adapting the omni-channel strategy to clients, we are also adapting to employees. That means that HR needs to be the most agile and flexible department I know. So it's what João is saying. We are everything. We are hearing, we are priests, or we are helping. We are also, for example, I think one of the major transformations we felt was people wanted to be secure, and security in a pandemic moment meant also health. So we reinforced our health knowledge. How can we do that? Everything on that side. So it's a new area that HR is going to explore. And after a year and a half of pandemics, we are also thinking about how can we help in mental health. So this type of 360 transformation, which is HR should be very agile to respond to the people's needs, and the people's needs reflect the client needs. So I think it's a virtuous circle. Bring the biggest challenges for the future, in my opinion. I would say that our house, Jerónimo Martins, is very worried with 3 or 4 main issues: the health and security of the employees. That is very clear. Also, the mental health here included, because we are feeling levels of burnout and discomfort that are not normal. This need to adapt the HR agility to the business needs, and the business needs to the client's needs. So it's another of the major transformations. And one that it's not objective is how is it that in the middle of this all we can consolidate our culture with 5 generations working in so many different things. And so I think we are working on being a melting pot of cultures with a very clear statement of values. I would say that what do we mean, what we represent for the client, for the employee, for the world, for ourselves. And if we work on that, maybe we can follow the future trends with more assertiveness, because I think that one thing that João said, we don't know what the future will have for us. I think what the pandemic taught us was that flexibility and agility will be the 2 main action verbs for HR. And the rest, let's discover, which I think is the magic of HR. Rita.
Thank you, Elsa. I totally agree with your perspective. I think the challenge of the companies are thinking just not the pandemic situation, because there are a lot of challenge that we have to solve. And you are talking about mental health. Yes, it is very important. The social and culture issues, it is very important. And we didn't feel in the first month of pandemic, but after a year, of course, you have these issues now. So we have to solve, we have to manage, and it is very important during this situation. But I think we have to think also that after this situation, we know that nothing will be the same. So the expectations of our employees will be different, and we have to be able to adapt our workspace, our work dynamics, our formats. We have to be able to redesign the way we think and feel the work. So I think this perspective will be a huge challenge, and also a issue that we already talked, the broad range of generations and this reskill and upskill, because this is very, very fast, and sometimes I feel it is very hard to follow the speed of transformation, the digital transformation and all of that.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that you end up touching in very relevant points that were related to some of the questions that I had here, such as how HR is supporting now the business and other strategic areas, or how important is health and safety, as well as trust and reputation and companies' image, to make business flow from both perspectives, so the insiders, employees, and outsiders, the customers. Now, for time management purposes, I have to ask you questions that our audience posed, okay? So let me start by asking, how did you manage the fact that having people working from home and working in person, in the office or in the stores at the same time? Who would like to answer? So you don't need to follow, or we don't need to cover all the questions.
Yeah, we can change the direction.
Yeah.
I can start. It was very clear for us that the operation should be in the operation, at least in the stores, and people working from home, those whose functions, whose jobs were not relevant, if we could, we directed them to help the stores. So in the first months of the pandemic, in the first 2-3 months of the pandemic, including myself and others from the headquarters, we volunteered ourselves to support the operations. And one of the things that came out of this moment was, for example, we have now a volunteering program inside the group, which is 70 plus clients, where we have some of us from the head offices or from structures that are not directly in the stores, working to do shopping for olders, 70 or plus clients. And so how can we help? We can help directing efforts. It is clear for us that 2 to 3 to 5% of the operation was at home, because the remaining, the 95%, were working in the stores and in warehouses. So the ones that are not working direct all the efforts to support the operations and try to be as helpful as possible. And those that are at home, we are rotating when possible. When the lockdown was on, we were not rotating. Now we are rotating as possible. And the rotations always have in mind the timings of the operations. For example, in the commercial areas, the rotation has in mind that there are very specific periods for negotiating deadlines or negotiating prices. So we have that in attention. I hope to have answered, but I think it's an example, for example.
Thank you, Elsa. Rita?
Yes, I can share some examples. In our case, in headquarters, We have most of the time our employees in remote work, except a little period. So we have to find mechanisms to maintain the team's engagement and also to find ways to having social moments to replace those in the office. So our role has been help with these issues. So sometimes the managers ask for help to design digital team buildings initiatives that allow them to explore this more social and fun side. And we launched also a kind of a monthly kind of training kit for free access with behavioral skills and also good remote working tips. And in stores, of course, the strategy is a little bit different. The needs are different. So one point is the safety campaign communication. So it is very important for the safety and confidence and morale of our employee in the field. But in additional, in our case, it was important to pay attention to the periods with a decrease in the number of customers in stores, because emotionally this was very, very hard. So we have to help our leaders maintain teams motivated. I can say in the second lockdown in January 21, it was a booklet of cold water, because people said pandemic was over, and so it was very sad. So we launched very, very quickly, we launched the lockdown calendar. It's similar, inspired in Advent calendar, with daily challenge related to our people's passion and culture interests. So it was an initiative, it was very important to motivate the teams. We also created a leaders group in WhatsApp to release this information about the challenge and to communicate with them too, so that they could stimulate the participation of their teams. And we discover a lot of talent and a lot of contents. And for the question of mental health and physical health for everyone, headquarters and stores and logistical areas. In 21, a few months ago, we launched a Healthy Life Month and challenge our employees to run kilometers. So people, at least the sporty ones, liked very much the initiative. So they created a sport community on Strava. And they go register all kilometers and physical exercise. So one more time, I think internal communication and these initiatives are very, very important in this context. João.
Can I? Okay, so I agree with Elsa and with Rita. And Rita, you touched in a very interesting point about mental health. Just also for your information, at La Redoute, we are now promoting a mental health problem. Basically, there is a, well, we found a good team of professionals, of psychologists, and basically they are going to assess the mental health of the employees. Of course, it's something confidential in terms of the company. We don't need to know anything about personal issues, of course, but now we are implementing this mental health program because we really think that it's important to access the status of our employees, because everybody is different. Some people deals better with this situation, some people it's the opposite. So for us, we think it's a good benefit for employees, and well, we are now just implementing this process. It's curious, in La Redoute we also have an application to monitor the physical exercise, the number of steps. So it's like a race between teams. La Redoute is present in several countries. So basically we have a common app application on our smartphones, and basically each month there is a team that stays in first place, second place, third place, and it's important not also for physical health but also for mental health, because well, when the COVID is more stable, probably we can perform some kind of social events. And it's something, it's curious because we have, probably I don't know if it's the same application, but as far as I understood, it's something very similar that you had referred. Well, about the home office versus work at home, well, probably we are going to move to continue in an hybrid mode. That's how we are now. Well, we try to go now at the office once or 2 days per week. Of course, it depends. Well, it's not something mandatory currently for us, because we believe that everybody is different, and well, there are some employees that maybe not prepared or maybe more worried, and we need to keep that in account, that well, we are talking about people and every person has different concerns, different realities. So for us at the moment, it's not something mandatory. We think it's quite important to continue to go to the office, because it's important to keep the sense of belonging. I'm not sure if this is the correct expression about this, but it's important to keep the sense of belonging to the company. And I believe if we are 100% based at home, probably we can miss it a little bit, especially for the newcomers. So, well, to summarize, I really think it's all about communication and to keep people engaged and committed. So, as I said, I really don't believe in magical solutions, but I think, well, about this discussion, we really have some important and interesting insights from everyone. And well, it's quite interesting to hear from you.
Well, I agree with all of all of you. Of course, in Inditex, when we have the lockdown, the headquarters never stopped to work and the stores are closed. So for us, we still work and help them with lots of initiatives. Like we have an internal channel too, is in health. If you already understand, everything of our projects have in from Inditex, so it's normal. Another channel, in health, and in this channel we explain to our teams how they should take care of themselves, like programs of yoga, programs of healthy food, programs of doing exercise. And then we start a new project now, in the last month, is the well-being, is to understand how we can help with support of outside medical support too, because of course this pandemic now is it's not finished, and it's a very important issue for us to support them and their families too. Of course, when we open again, our HR teams, our commercial teams already start to visit the stores to support the teams more than ever, because for us it's very important for them to understand we are close again with safety, of course, but we start already visit our stores and support them, because we work very closely, and it's important for them to understand we still support them. And yes, it's an issue working these areas. In Inditex, for us it was always important. We have a big department from health and safety too. Of course, it was a really big challenge for them in these times of pandemic. So, but we think the message we passed for our teams in the stores and in the headquarters is always to be close. Of course, in the digital way, it's not so good, but for us with the stores, we maintain our proximity and our communication beside of our channels. We usually readapt and implement new programs for well-being too, and in that channel I spoke in health.
Thank you very much for your answers. A second question from the audience was related to something that Elsa said about having 5 generations working for the same organization, and specifically asking how can you guarantee the transference of knowledge that you were talking about?
Oh, it's something that we already did with 2 or 3 generations, so it's not different. I think that the way I can respond to that is that we need to focus more on the value of that. What is important to transfer? Maybe, for example, I materialize. So the butcher, head of operators, has a specific knowledge that I need to transfer, because we cut meat always in the same way. And it's not the digital side of the world that will change that, I imagine. Only if someone can maybe innovate with a knife that's digital, and I cannot imagine how still. But I think that the knowledge transfer has been a cliche that we all use, but maybe we don't use it as well as we should in our day-to-day. What is knowledge transferred, and what should I transfer? What type of knowledge should I transfer? So it's not different transferring knowledge between 2, between 3, or between 5 generations. It's not different. The only different thing I would imagine is nowadays focus us more on what type of transfer should I have. What is important? Is it important that I transfer maybe the client way of the client, how to deal with the client? Maybe that's not relevant, because maybe that's the new generation can also adapt quickly, but the way to cut meat, it is. So I'm using a very specific example because it's a very specific, clear example, but we should always think, I imagine, I also think that knowledge transfer should be reinvented. We should think, what do I want to transfer? And I think that we all transformed ourselves in this context. It's not the same maybe for the store and grocery operations, but I can see as client how did Inditex, Insignias, or Fnac transformed in the way that the client reception is done. I can see that in the day-to-day. So I think that the question is a very interesting one, but there's not a science there. There's only the focus of the knowledge transfer. The only thing that changes is what should I focus on the knowledge transfer. It's not the generations that mark that, it's the knowledge transfer focus. This is my opinion, at least.
Okay, thank you, Elsa. Anyone else would like to share your thoughts on this? Or should I move to the next question? Yeah, so, okay. So how do you guarantee the safety of your workers in the operation? So we are not COVID-free. We lived moments that were worse than there are now, but there are still a lot of concerns about workers' safety. As a customer, when I go to stores, I have plenty of awareness how I walk and what I do to keep me safe, but also to keep others safe. But I know that this is not something that is true for everyone. So how do you ensure that? How you guarantee your workers that they will be fine?
Yes, I can speak if I'm allowed. So in Inditex, in the beginning, of course, we have a lot of, with this department, health and safety, a lot of information to the stores to guarantee our team's safety. Of course, with the masks, the gels, everything. And we have something in our stores is not so good for us because it's not allowed to have more than a number of people in our stores per 100 meters. So we call in Spanish the aforo is the number of people should stay in the store. And sometimes it's difficult to understand because if the clients can get in the outside of the stores, there is a lot of I don't remember the name. It's row. I don't remember the village. A lot of yes, and of course, but for us the main issue is first to guarantee with all the equipments to our stores because they are with the clients. They need to change the masks more than once a day. They need to in the beginning it was mandatory to disinfect all the garments with the I don't remember the vaporeta is the like you know what I'm saying when we are yes
yeah, the vacuum cleaner.
The vacuum, yes, thank you, Sandra. So and now the main directives from the government is it's not mandatory, but for us still, and our teams should use the masks. All the clients should use the masks too, to guarantee all the protection of our teams and our customers. Of course, sometimes we are talking between us. It's more safe to go to a store. Is not so safe to go to a hospital because the store you have everything, but it's normal. We should adapt, and a company like ours, and for sure the other companies here too, will guarantee the safety of all teams because it's the main goal. And the customer, if can observe the teams are protected, they felt protect too. So this is very important for them to understand that. So for us, it's an issue, a very important issue.
João, can I just make you a question? Yes. Just a curiosity from my side.
Yes.
About what is your position about, well, you have stores not just in Portugal, but as you have already mentioned in Spain. In terms of measures of security, what is the Inditex approach regarding the safety measures for Portugal and for Spain? You, for example, follow the same rules from every store, wherever is the country, or
no. I think I understand why you are asking that, because in Spain the stores have more people inside.
Yes.
No, it's different. In Portugal, the number of people it's allowed in the stores, it's less than in Spain. For them in Spain, it's allowed to have more people in more.
Okay. So you follow each country's rules.
Each country, right? Yes. Because we are not allowed. For us, it's not so good, but of course, it's important to follow the government directives. So for us, yes, okay.
Thank you.
And Inês, it's the same for us. We followed the rules for Poland and Colombia also, and they are different from Portugal. But I agree with João. What we do with our population, with our employees, is mainly train, because we need to train them for the new reality. We equip them, so equipments, test and rotate teams. Also, there's a lot more rotation than it used to be, and the rotation in operations always is big, but now it's more. So we try to rotate people whenever there are focus of problems. But I would say that mainly train, test, equip, rotate would be the answer.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you for your answers. I don't know if you want to have any final comment on this digitalization and how it challenges your organization, or if we cover all the main topics. I would say that any comment on, just to finish the session, on the ethical issues underlying the digitalization. One of you, just to finish the session.
I can share. For us, and I think for retails, our ethical main concerns, has we already talk about it, I think is the broad range of generations, and work-life balance too. I think it will be a challenge for the next years, and redesign the work, redesign the workspace, and conciliate the digital formats with physical and presence formats. And of course, leadership, because for the next years, I think our leaders have to be prepared to this challenge, and they have to be a more flexible and agility, and more flexible agility and transformational leadership to deal with this challenge.
Okay, thank you very much, Rita. So it's the time to close our session. It was a very interesting and relevant discussion, and I think we all agree that digital transformation in HR and in business in general is not only about technology. Even with the right tools and all the technology available, it is key to have the appropriate knowledge, expertise, competence, and it's critical to balance people, action, collaboration, and technology without losing sight of business strategy. So thank you all for your contributions, and I hope that you find the session insightful. Aristide?
Hello. So thank you all for accepting our invitation. It's always great to see some faces again, and also some new faces. You are always welcome. Thanks a lot for your contribution to the discussion. It was very, very interesting. So right now I would like to invite you for a small break, and then we will be back at 6 p.m. for the conclusion and final remarks. So stay tuned. until 6 p.m. Okay, thank you. Hello, good afternoon. So we are almost closing our second day, second and last day. So we will finish with Rui Nascimento Alves, the conclusions and final notes. Rui Nascimento Alves is the Vice President of APG, Associação Portuguesa de Gestão de Pessoas. So Rui, you can start your presentation. And thank you for accepting our invitation.
Thank you very much. I'm just checking if you can hear me well.
Perfectly.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Professor Aristides. And well, I think thank you first of all to the organization, to the Business Research Unit of the Iscte Business School, to Neo Talent, and of course, particularly to Professor Aristides. So it's really a pleasure to be here and on behalf of APG. APG is the Portuguese Association of People Management, existing well for more than 60 years now, and has been in contact with the different realities of the Portuguese market, the Portuguese companies, in particular regarding the HR management practice and profession. Right. So I'm also an HR professional, and I've been listening and following the conference in the last 2 days, which, in my view, has been a remarkable one. And so, congratulations to the organization, because I've seen many conferences, and in my professional life and academic life, but I think we had 2 great days, very rich, covering so many topics, so many speakers, so many sectors, and so many organizations around this HR digital transformation topic, which is really relevant. So I think it will be difficult to close it appropriately, because the ideas, the exchange of ideas, of proposals, of thoughts was so rich, so diverse in the last 2 days, which would be always difficult to cover it and to close it in the appropriately, right? So I think as I was reflecting on my few words today, and I don't have a presentation, it's more about sharing some thoughts. I was thinking about a thought of Alvin Toffler, I think from the 90s, I believe, and he said that really the illiterate of the 21st century will be not the person that cannot read and write, but the person that cannot learn and relearn. So learn and relearn. So the ability to acknowledge skills, to replace those skills, and to learn those skills, right? So whatever happens, and this is why I'm connecting this with the last 2 days, whatever happens, really nothing will work if we are not able to learn and relearn. And I think listening to all the speakers in the last 2 days, it was so remarkable, the whole transformation that we are living in our organizations, globally, but also in Portugal, in a different scale, in a different way, different skills probably, different size and complexity, but we are living as professionals, and in the different sectors, there are common things which are impacting the landscape. What will change in the future, right? So basically, if I can summarize, I think it was very common that first of all, the pace of technology adoption will continue and will accelerate in many sectors. And I saw that, and also professionally, in the last 18 months, e-commerce accelerated significantly, and we just saw what have been the changes in the retail sector, for example, but in many others, right? So change will continue to happen, of course, and accelerate, driven by technology, right? And I think the pandemic has been, we have been talking a lot about the pandemic in the last 2 days, has been really, and remote work and all the impact in the in companies and in the workplace, in the workforce. So the pandemic has been something which triggered. So it was an accelerator of change that we were already facing and living by, right? So clearly technology adoption will continue and will certainly accelerate in the next many years, and in some areas and in some sectors. Second, this technology adoption will continue transforming jobs and skills gradually, right? So we see and we talked about the swap of skills, those that will be replaced, those that are emerging. And of course, clearly, while we talked a lot there, but some of the speakers talked about the emergence of, critical thinking and analytics, the problem solving, the self-management, such as active learning, resilience, stress, tolerance, flexibility, to name a few of them. What we see is that equally important as technical skills, the soft skills, the emotional skills are more important than ever, because digital will not be able to continue and happen appropriately if people don't have those soft skills, right? To navigate the complexity of this world, to lead people in this world, and in the many coming years. Then I think a different idea was that because of this, of course, it's a different idea, but it's a complementary idea, is that employees will be required to reskill, to pick up new skills, and to upskill those skills, right? So I think the future of work has already arrived for a large majority of the online, of the remote online workforce, and it will be more and more visible in the coming months, in the coming years, especially, right? So I think it will be very impactful in terms of how companies will need to adapt and rapidly digitalize, work processes, including the need to expand significantly the remote work. People don't want to continue working as they were working, right? So we heard a lot about work-life balance, and I will not repeat myself, but we heard a lot about what is the impact of work in my life. I don't like the concept of work-life balance. I prefer the concept of work-life integration, because work is part of my life. The reality is that, we saw that we can do work, and the concept of work is changing. We can do work in a much more well-integrated manner in my life, right? In our lives, with the use of technology, with the flexibility of organizations, with a lot of things which are changing and will change, right? I think there are also some challenges that we talked about. For example, the window of opportunity to reskill and to upskill will become shorter in labor markets which are more constrained, and I think that could be an issue in markets like Portugal. And I think some of the guests, some of the speakers did allude to that. So I think that will happen. Then, despite of the current economic downturn, because that's a result of the impact of the pandemic. The fact is that companies, organizations do value, and they recognize more and more the value of the investment in people, investing in training, investing, the human capital investment. So hopefully we will see a significant, probably taking some more time, change in the landscape of organizations that especially understand that investment will need to continue. Otherwise, they're going to lose talent, they're going to lose people, they're going to lose their best resources. So they will have to adjust quickly, rapidly, to address those changes coming out of all of this. And then, a last thought is about this triple dimension of organizations, leaders, and employees, right? That will continue to be, all of them, critical players in the present and the future of work. Organizations, they will need, and we talked about that yesterday as well, organizations will need to create the right structure, have the right processes and systems in place, have the right values and the right culture to allow, a digital transformation to happen in HR, but also to allow all of these changes to happen. Otherwise, they will suffer the fact that they have no time or they didn't want to adjust. So I think culture is really a significant aspect of the organizations, right? Then the leaders, I think the leaders they will continue to play a significant role on all of this. And we have in APG, we have many companies reaching out to us, changing ideas about this and how can we better improve this complexity of developing leaders for the future and for the present, especially for the present, right? I think I have this idea that people that, leaders that were not good leaders before the pandemic will not be good leaders either in the pandemic. So I think because they have been tested in many of their skills, many of the ability to motivate people to communicate, to empathize with people, to build the capability required to lead this transformation, and also the digital transformation in many of the businesses. And then people, and we will finish with people, right? So I think employees will need to be the right ones, of course. They will need to have the right capability, the right skill, personality traits that are needed to operate in this new environment. So, and talking about people, and just as a final note, I think employees will desire and expect flexibility. I've lived that in many companies and also as an HR professional again, of organizations requiring more and more the needed flexibility to operate in this new world, and that hybrid way of performing their work, of course, for employees, the company will need to care for them. So they expect and they desire more and more this, this closeness, this ability to reach out to people in a more frequent way, to treat people like, with the human factor of people. If we work in HR, in human capital, we need to be able to connect with people more than anyone else, right? So they need a leader to be closer, even remotely, of course, an experience of work, learning, and the better integrated component of their lives, of work in their lives. And we even talked yesterday a lot about the EVP, the employee value proposition of the companies, offering this more and more to people. So I think it will be difficult to transition employees to next stages of digital transformation if we are not able, as organizations and in our HR management profession, to address all the previous aspects. And I think if we think about the future, yes, technology will continue to develop. Yes, we will lead with more and more complexity and more quickly than today, in a different pace, of course. But in order for that to be able to happen and to produce the right level of results, new skills will be required, right? In particular, new attitude towards the change that is required. So, and I think, again, just to finish, really the ability to continue learning in this new setup in the digital world is really critical for us to continue and learn, and especially to relearn in this new context. That will be key to continue developing a pathway, a positive pathway for a relevant HR digital transformation for our companies and for our society. So I think for what I've seen in the last 2 days, this conference, gave a significant contribution to this reflection. Probably one of the best reflections collectively that I've seen, that I was able to participate in the last years. So I think again, it was a remarkable job done in the last 2 days, and so we feel very pleased to be a partner of Iscte Business School in this thought process in the present and in the future. So thank you very much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you, Rui. Thank you for your brilliant conclusion. And as a leader of this event, I would like to finalize the event by mentioning the sponsors and the partners that took part of this event. As you can see behind me or in front of me, you have all this team. All these people work a lot, and when people ask me what is the reason why I talk so well about Iscte, is because I have the pleasure and I have the honor to have these students. And it's always a pleasure to have these students because they work really hard, and only with their help it was possible to have this to finish this event as a success. I consider as a memorable event, and for me it's important. And I would like to highlight that this conference is part of the project Digital Talent Ecosystem with the collaboration of Neo Talent, Nova Base, the Iscte Group, and Instituto Pedro Nunes from Coimbra. And this conference received also technical support from our staff from Business Research Unit, namely Andrea Garcia, and also from our IBS Marketing Department, Tiago Barbosa and Beatriz Dias. And I would like also to thank the support from APG, the Associação Portuguesa de Gestão de Recursos Humanos, who helped again for this brilliant presentation. Ricardo, who helped us a lot with the communication, and Mario Centil, who is the president, for always being there supporting the event. He was always being there supporting us, which was very important. And yeah, I appreciate all your help and dedication to the project. And I would like also to thank the invited speakers, all the speakers, some of them ex-students or alumni, old friends, people that I knew for the first time, and my colleagues. It's always good to see my department working together, to have my colleagues as moderators. They did an excellent job, and also the audience that followed the event live, and the audience that will follow the event in the upcoming days. Again, this conference was not possible without the help of this fantastic group of students, and that's the reason when we receive feedback from our partners, from our stakeholders, they always mention that our alumni, our ex-students, they are very happy with their job because they can do this. They can work really hard. They can be very professional. And I was discussing with a colleague today during the morning, and I was saying that this for them is the equivalent to 2 or 3 curricular units. So, because this was a lot of work, this was something very professional, and this is part of their future work. So they are really ready to start working and to the reality of the new demands of work. So once again, thank you, and I would like to have my students here with me, but apparently they are shy, they don't want to appear. But I have here their photos, and once again, thank you all for being here and for taking part of of this event. Thank you all.
Thank you.